heritage. touch, I'm a touch. Armitage.
In Belize and across the world, especially the Caribbean, welcome to the final day of the Caribbean Cycling Championship. Folks, today is a full day of cycling, a lot of excitement. In a short while, the women race will be underway. It's 2 laps. Each lap is about 60 miles. We are live and we're going to bring you pedal by pedal action. I'll try to get some interviews with some of the ladies taking part. Let me see. We have a young lady here from Bermuda. Yeah. Can I have an interview with her? Okay. Can I get a quick word with you? Can I get a quick word with you? Oh.
I got it.
Okay, all right, okay, yeah. So let me see who else we can see. Oh, here we have Laurie. So a quick word with Laurie. Good morning, Laurie. Congrats on your silver medal yesterday in the TT. Laurie, today is the big one, right? I guess you want to bring the goal home for Jamaica.
Yeah.
Good morning, welcome again. Maybe you could tell the fans how you're feeling this morning.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I mean, having performed commendably yesterday, having gotten a silver medal, I think that gives me a bit of confidence heading into today. Yeah, as you alluded to, I'm the defending champion, so the goal is to defend the title. So I'm hoping to win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's early, but it's pretty warm already. Are you used to this type of climate? I know you're from Jamaica. We have similar climate, but how you think food-wise, liquid?
Yeah, I'm pretty I've gotten used to racing in these sort of temperatures at different times of day, so I have a good amount of experience in knowing kind of what to expect. I've raced in extremely hot temperatures, extreme wind and rain and all of that, so I have a good balance of all the elements so far. So yeah, I think I should be pretty okay out there today.
Okay, Laurie, well, I won't hold you back. I know you have to warm up. Good luck and all the best today.
All right.
Defending champion Laurie Sharp from Jamaica.
Thanks.
Okay.
Take care.
Yes, folks. So let me see if I can find some other young lady. We head over to the Belizeans over there. We have some Belizean girls over there. Yeah. Yeah. So we head out to Team Belize. Oh, it seems that they're in a meeting. So let us do Bahamas. Yeah. Oh, 2 young ladies. Good morning, ladies. Let me go this side.
Are you okay? You're looking.
Yeah, I had a bad accident years ago on a motorcycle. I almost died, but you know, I'm still here. Yeah. Good morning. Welcome. The final day. Sienna, right?
Yes.
Sienna and
Cami.
Kami. Yeah, you got. You both were on the podium yesterday. Yeah, both. Congrats in the ITT. Okay, so today is the final, the big one. The big one. It's some almost 70 miles of riding. Maybe you could tell me how you're feeling today and what you look forward to, you know, today I'm coming.
I'm feeling good. I think it's a nice flat course, so I'm excited. Probably be fast, so yeah.
Quickly, what was your preparation knowing that it's about 70 miles?
Oh gosh. Well, yeah, it's a longer race, so I was working on endurance and stuff, so.
Yeah. Well, all the best today. Good luck, right? Okay. And Sienna?
Yes, sir.
The camera, yeah. So how are you feeling this morning? I mean, you were on the podium yesterday and I saw that smile. I know your family back at home must be very proud of you. And you said, you know, it seems that you get full time into this thing of cycling. You know, and you said you want to come back to Belize to race. So that's awesome. So maybe you could tell the fans, you know, what you're looking for today.
I'm looking forward to just finishing, honestly. It's my first competition, so it's not really much. I have an expectation with myself, so just I want to be able to stay with the group and be able to get a good finishing time, under 4 hours, be just on spot on perfect.
Okay. Well, Sienna, all the best. You know, enjoy the ride, enjoy Belize.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that's Team Bahamas. Okay, I'll move over to Team Belize. Oh, they're still in a meeting? Yeah. Let me check, see. Yeah. Let me check, see if
Let me get you guys together.
yeah.
Okay. Maybe have a fun ride.
So they're still in a little meeting. There is the girl from Guadeloupe. Okay. So okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we're here with Team Belize, folks. Like I mentioned, please share the live today. You know, it's a final leg. In just a short while, the race will be underway. We have 4 beautiful Belizean ladies to represent the nation. What the best way? How the sun? So let me start off with we'll start off with Parlita Chavaria. Good morning, Parlita. How's it feeling?
Morning. I'm feeling good. Came out and I will try my best.
Let me move to Patricia.
Hi, morning everybody. Well, no, I was nervous, so it's haven't been a while riding with international riders, so just nervous.
Patricia, this is 70 miles of racing. Maybe a little bit of preparation. What was your preparation for this event?
Well, preparing wise, it's kind of difficult working, having kids, having to deal with home, but on the weekdays, try to do an hour, 2 hours, and then on weekends that's where we overload. You do the 3, 4, 5 hours then, but so what I have is what I have to work with today, so I'm just expecting to do my best. I can't really expect a lot, but I do hope. So we'll see how it works out today.
Okay, all the best, Patricia. So I'll move on to Gabriel Lovell, Dr. Gabriel Lovell, Dr. Gabriel. Quick. Oh, so they want to ride us. So quick thing. How you feel this morning?
I feel good. I feel very good. I'm actually proud to actually represent Belize in this event. I mean, this is an opportunity for Belize to showcase our talent, right? And also to boost the sports profile locally. And gain international experience, and I'm honored to be here today to represent my country.
Okay, they're calling you to the line. And last but not least, Mrs. Lovell, Natalie Lovell, quickly.
I feel happy, I'm excited. I hope you see some fireworks from the Belizean team today. So, well, I just want to say thanks to everyone who they come out. I hope people that come out, Belizeans, support me today. Not only it's not only about the males today, it's about the females too. So I hope we see some crowd out there today.
Okay. Well, I won't hold you back. They're calling you, so let us move towards the line, and so the fans can see the riders that will line up. We'll see how many young ladies taking part this morning. Folks, the final day of cycling, there is Tenille Campbell. We weren't able to get an interview with her. We see the Dominican riders. They are our fans. So we make our way to the line. And it's a beautiful Sunday morning. Folks, remember to tune in. So they are calling ladies. The ladies are heading to the starting line. Remember to cheer on your favorite rider. You know, every country have their favorite. I mean, there's so many young ladies from different Caribbean countries to participate in this annual event. We can cut through that? No, we can't cut. Pass. Come through here? You sure? Okay. Pass through some bushes. There's a president. I don't believe we can go on the course, so we just have to stay on the sideline here, and then we get a head count of how many ladies. So folks, today it's the final. This is the ladies.
Are we ready?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Somewhere around a dozen guys. We can see the Cuban rider. We can see Laurie Sharp from Jamaica. We can see Dominican Republic, Guyana, Bahamas, Belize, Trinidad and Tobago. Laurie Sharp is the defending champion, so let us see if she will retain that medal today, that gold medal. Yesterday we witnessed the ITT. She came in second, silver medal. So folks, in a short while they will be off. 4 Belizean ladies representing the jewel. Give you their names again. We have Dr. Gabrielle Lovell, she wears number 11. We have Patricia Chavaria, no say number. We have Paulita Chavaria, and we have Natalie Lovell. Those are the 4 Belizean representing Belize. Shortly I'll make my way back into the studios, and the rest of the crew, Simone and Dave and D. Wade, will bring the action live into the room.
Caribbean Women Elite and Under 23 Road Racing.
So it's 2 categories, under 23 and elite. So under 23 and elite. So
All these ladies,
two events in one.
get ready. They hit the road.
So shortly, folks, they have a rollout, and then the action will be underway. The fireworks will hit the tarmac. Belize making history, hosting the first of its kind, the Caribbean Cycling Championship. We spoke to quite a number of the guys from the Caribbean, and they love Belize. Peter said it's one of the best organized events he have ever visited, so which could have that. And recording that Peter, he's from Bermuda, and he's a coach of the Bermudan team who got gold and silver in the elite yesterday, in the males elite, and then they also had bronze, I believe, in the female, the women category. So in a short while they will take off, and I'll make my way back to studios. But we want to welcome all our fans in Belize and around the world, and the Caribbean especially, all the Caribbean nation tuning in. We want to big up all the Caribbean nation who made it here, show them love, that they want to return, and hopefully we have another event like this in the future. We want to apologize to all the commuters who are affected by these races, but sports is a good thing for the country, because you call it sports tourism, where a lot of folks make their way to Belize and they want to visit, bring family. So we ask folks to be patient. It's not for a whole year, it's just a day or two and it's all over. So shortly, folks, we'll be underway. Who will be crowned champion today? Who will take that gold medal? So as soon as they move off, I'll make my way back to the studios. We see Team Guadeloupe, right? Team Guadeloupe is in it. The ladies, so
Counting down, I think we have 5 minutes before.
5 minutes before start time. 5 minutes before start time. 4 minutes before start time. 4 minutes before start time. Maybe I could take it back to studios and they call the names of all the young ladies. I think we should make our way back to studios. Oh, you stay out here for a while? You stay right there. Okay, all right. So we're gonna stay here for a while until the till it rolls off. A beautiful day here in Belize. The sky is clear. It's beautiful. I only could see only half moon. It's very, very, very. Laurie Shaw from Jamaica.
Bahamas,
Kiana Maki from
Gabriela Arnold,
Gabriela Arnold. Tenille Campbell, Trinidad. Gabriel Lovell, Belize. Natalie Lovell, Belize. Patricia Chavaria, Belize. Coming. So coming from
Bernice Paul. From Dominican Republic, we have Flor Espirito Santos Esteves. Melcy Yamile Perez Vega. From Cuba, we have Evelyn Diaz, Lianis Mesa, Karen Martinez, and Elsie Rodriguez. We have $18 ladies who will be competing for the 2025 Caribbean Elite Road Cycling Championship here in Belize. Belize, this is our first host of an international or regional game as a federation. We're less than 2 minutes to start. Less than 2 minutes to start.
folks, there you hear the names, the countries taking part. We want to thank Ms. Leticia Westbay, spokesperson for the Cycling Federation. We can see the ambulance, we can see the ladies, the excitement is building among the fans as they tune in to see who will take home the gold medal today, the silver medal and the bronze medal. Laurie Sharp from Jamaica, the defending champion, is all suited up. She is in the mix. We have Tenille Campbell, who blew the TT to pieces yesterday, and she wears that.
Nine countries that had put forward women to participate in today's event. 9 out of the 17 countries that showed up to Belize.
So there are folks, 9 countries representing in their women category. So folks, the ladies are all lined up already. The countdown is almost about a minute now for the start of this beautiful event.
Yes, we are less than a minute. Less than a minute. Our PCC, or the Chief Commissaire, Mr. Chuck Hart.
Yesterday when I interviewed Tenille, she said she loved the terrain here in Belize. She loved, this is one of the event that she feels good about. And they all focused folks, game face on, ready to rock and roll, ready to rumble. Belize have its 4 young ladies.
Ready, ladies?
Yeah, both. And there it is. The whistle is off, folks. The whistle, they're off. There we go. They're off. 18 young ladies.
Countries who will be competing for the 2025 Women Elite Road Cycling Championship, Caribbean Road Cycling Championship.
Yeah. So there are 18 young ladies taking off. Elite and under 23. We can see the commissaires taking off. A well-planned event. We want to big up the Minister of Sports, the Honorable Anthony Mala. We want to big up the Cycling Federation of Belize. We want to big up all the participants, all the sponsors who make this race possible. It's a grand affair, folks. Look at it, look at the fans, look at the setup, all the barriers, all the tech people out, the stage. It's well put together. You know, Belize is looking good. We might well host the Caribbean, Central American Caribbean Championship. Hopefully next year. We are bidding for it. As the ladies they pass on the other side, we can see the all 18 young ladies who will take on a journey of about 70 miles today. We leave here, we head to the airport road, turn onto the airport road, onto the John Smith Road, all the way to the roundabout at mile 8 on the George Price Highway. We make our way to Hattieville roundabout, right onto the Boom Hattieville Road. We make our exit on the Philip Wilson International Highway, make our way all the way back to the airport road, make a right turn onto the airport road, and that will complete one lap, and they will do 2 laps, and then the final lap they head straight to Mirab, where we are. Later on, after this race is completed, we have the U23 males and the elite males who will hit the tarmac. That will be that will definitely be a wild one. It will be crazy, it will be exciting. As we know, our very own Corey Williams, the defending champion, will try to defend the home turf here in the Jewel. A lot of big names are here, so look out for some ruction and destruction and tarmac. We now head back to studios. So we make our way back to studios. Hi, Gina. Yes. So I head back to studios where the rest of the team, Davia Wood,
I'll do mic check. Good morning, and welcome to day 2 of the Caribbean Championships here in beautiful Belize, Central America. We are excited to bring you day 2. Yesterday was the individual time trial. Today is the women's road race and the men's road race later. In our studios, we have Simone Bell and David Yearwood, who will be bringing you the play-by-play as the activity unfolds. Guys, the female race just started. Looks like the ladies are excited, as we are, to bring the event to you. Simone, what are your thoughts?
I'm looking forward to see what will take place on the road today. It's early yet. We believe that the road course is about 60 miles today. There'll be the 2 laps on the circuit.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's any woman's game this morning. Dave, your thoughts?
Yes. Good morning, Belize, and welcome to the first of its kind, the Caribbean Cycling Championship. Also, the Caribbean Cycling Union race that Belize is hosting for the first time. The weather is great. We have 17 riders from 9 different countries, and we're looking forward to a very competitive race today, as Belize have a very nice weather. Actually, they have a headwind. Actually starting out in a headwind, which is not usually the case in most races in Belize. We look to see the development on the road. We have 4 Belizean riders, as Belize have most riders in the race in terms of 4. That will actually give us a much better chance of trying to win the goal, which is our objective. I'm glad to and happy to be sharing this platform with Simone and Dwayne Wade, and our plan is to bring you some of the best coverage. Back to you, Dwayne.
Yes, absolutely. Like Dave said, we are super excited. You can see it in our face. It's a pleasure for us. This is the first opportunity that we've had here in Belize for such a huge event, Simona and Dave, and just to be a part of it, you know, I am very, very excited, and the Federation, working with the Federation to try to do everything possible to make sure we highlight Belize in the best possible light, because we know the world is watching, and us as Belizeans, we're very prideful people, and we want to show that our hospitality to all the riders here, all the officials that are in. We had a moment this morning to interview some of the officials, and there was good feedbacks. Everyone was excited to be here, and said the event is running well. We interviewed some of the riders yesterday, and the champion of the individual time trial this morning, Ms. Tennille Campbell. She shared her thoughts, and hopefully we'll share that interview with the audience as well a little later. But she was super excited, being a professional, super excited to be in Belize, and she was raving about the hospitality so far that we've shown her. This race is going to be started here in a little bit. Like Dave said, 17 riders, Simone, with Belize being represented, and Cuba with the largest in the peloton, 4 riders each. So we look for those teams, perhaps Dave and Simone, to maybe control the tempo somewhat earlier. I don't know if they're up to the task, but we will see how the race play out.
Definitely. I think it's a perfect opportunity to let the viewers know at home who exactly is participating this morning. Representing Jamaica, we have Laurie Sharp. She'll be competing in the women's elite. Sienna McKay is representing from Bahamas. We have Gabriella Arnold. She also placed 3rd in the women's elite category yesterday in the international time trials. Tennille Campbell, who we just spoke of, who took home. She's a 2-time national champion in Trinidad and Tobago, and she has had world tour experience as well. We have our lovely sister-in-laws. We have Gabrielle and Natalie, who are participating for our beautiful Belize this morning. And then you have the Chavaria sisters, who are a powerhouse on the circuit here for our Holy Cross race. So you also have Cami Roach, who is representing Bahamas. She was also a medal winner yesterday in the under 23. And you have Suzanne Taylor, who is representing Guyana. Berenice Paul, who is representing Guadeloupe. You have Flor Espiritu Santo Esteves, and I have heard that she is definitely one to watch for this race this morning. Along with her from the Dominican Republic is Mesle Yamele Perez Vega. Then from Cuba, Cuba is also very strong on the road this morning. They have 4 representatives. You have Evelyn Diaz Matos, Lianis Mesa Silveira, who also did an outstanding performance yesterday, Karim Martinez Dominguez, and Iseli Rodriguez Urquiza. So that is who is on the road this morning. We have 17 ladies participating from over 9 Caribbean countries. Dave?
Yes. Just to have our viewers get an understanding and what's going on in the race. Actually, we have a lead out, and the race will start at Puma gas station on the Northern Road. That's like mile 4 on our highway. It will go all the way up to the roundabout at the Sky, make a left into the airport road, go and make another left over to the John Smith Road and onto the Western Road, turn a right into the Hattieville Boom Road, back to the Northern Road, and we'll go back over to the airport road, into the John Smith Road for 2 laps, and we'll finish in front of Mirab for a total about 70 laps. 70 miles. So that's the course for this morning. So this morning's race. We just want to do a quick recap of yesterday's race for the winners for the individual time trial. We had, for the male, we had 2 riders from Bermuda 1st, 2nd, and Puerto Rico 3rd. We'll get you the name of those riders. And for the female, we had Trinidad. And what's the other country? It was Trinidad.
You had Trinidad. You also had Laurie Sharp from Jamaica who was placing, and then you had Gabrielle Arnold, who rides for the Bermudan team.
Correct. Right. So Bermuda has so far the most medals, with 3 medals. They had 2 in the male, 1 in the female.
Yes, they are definitely one of the contenders this morning.
Yes, so we are excited, and the race has just begun. The riders are off, and so we'll be bringing you live right into your living room the excitement of this race. We want to go right now to you, Dwayne.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dave. And the race has started, the moment that everyone's waiting for. It's going to be an exciting race. The pace is not very high so far, so I'm sure that the riders are getting comfortable within the peloton there. And we'll see what happens. There's some big favorites in this race, obviously. From yesterday's time trial, I think, Simone and Dave, we will see those names that were called on the podium. I think they'll be represented somewhere, some form within the race. Tennille Campbell, obviously, she has probably the greatest experience when it comes to international racing, racing on the Live team professionally. There's also Gabriela Arno from the Bahamas, who raced for the LA Sweats. That's her trade team. And there is Lori Sharp, also an ex-member of the LA Sweat. So a lot of experience in those three, Dave. As you can see, currently it looks like Tennille is up in the front, setting the pace. What do you see currently?
Well, right now, from where we sit, they are approaching the Hallover Bridge, which is a slight incline. I don't know what the winds are this morning. Perhaps, D-Wade, you can share what we can expect as they go across the bridges on the routes this morning.
Well, the race is pretty much flat. It's a flat course. However, the riders who want to make the race harder will look for these opportunities, Simone and Dave, where there's any kind of incline, because there's not many on this course. So going up this bridge, we as riders in Belize, we train on it quite a bit, and it's usually a point of attack, either going out or coming back. So perhaps they're looking to start a separation heading out, and you can see already some riders getting a small gap. I'm sure they will get back to the peloton, because it's going to be a fast run down from here. But it's a headwind. They're racing going up in a headwind currently. When they turn on the airport road, the wind will definitely change, and you'll get some crosswinds there too. So another opportunity to make the race hard. Dave, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so the race just started, and so what you'll see the early part of the race, you'll see the teams try to establish the domestique on the front of the race, try to control the race, also try to protect the main rider, have her save as much energy as possible for the later part of the race. So that's what you'll see early. The first 5-10 miles, riders just basically feeling out each other's. The riders basically already know what they're capable of doing amongst themselves. So you'll see, like I said earlier, the domestique will establish themselves up front. Usually the team with the best numbers always have that edge, because they have more people to put up front and try to take control of the race. So you'll see that definitely taking its shape. Also, from what I see yesterday in the time trial race, you have an idea who are some of the strongest females in the race based on how the time trial went yesterday. So I look forward to see a lot of fireworks this morning. Back to you, Simone.
Well, I know that they are approaching one of the most beautiful stretches in Belize. This is the Hallover to Ladyville Highway. That's a portion of the Philip Golson, and they're riding alongside the Belize River at this moment. There is a bend coming up that gives you an absolutely beautiful view of the river, and I'm just seeing the pedal to the metal right now. Somebody from the Belize team who does that look like?
Looks like Gabrielle Lovell.
Yeah, it appears that she might be having some challenge with the cycle at the moment.
Yeah, what we see there is Tennille Campbell, Dave, is actually making this race really, really difficult, and she attacked up the bridge, and she continued her attacks. And I think what she wants to do is make an early separation, perhaps get rid of some of the weaker riders who just wants to tag along. The Belizean contingent, they are still in the race and active. So we have, from Belize, we have Gabrielle Lovell, Natalie Lovell, Patricia Chavarria, and Paulita Chavarria. And we're seeing that beautiful Belizean jersey and colors in the peloton sitting well. It looks like...
all riders are together now. It looks like all riders have caught up.
Perfect, yes. And again, Tennille Campbell is on the attack again. Dave, it seems like she wants to make this race really difficult.
Yes, most of the time, early in the race, you try to, it's not only a physical game, but also a mental where riders go out and test each other's. Early in the race, you can find out the strong riders from the weakest riders, because usually when the race start very hard, you keep saying a little small separation. So that tells me right there that she's trying to put up pressure on the peloton to try to separate herself. But I don't think an early break is the wisest move in this race. It's 70 miles of racing. So usually if you could get a breakaway with 4 or 5 riders, and then you could share the pace line, and then later in the race you try to maybe do a solo if you're not the best finisher. But early you have to definitely try to take three or 4 other riders in order for you to share the pace and make the ride much easier.
Yeah, it looks like every time the pace raises, one of the Belizean riders is having a little bit of a struggle there. Gabrielle, number 11, holding on, and there's slightly a gap. She's been gapped. It looks like also Sienna Mackey from the Bahamas. She's struggling a little bit there in the caravan. Hopefully they can make their way back. And is that rider number 14 as well, or 24? Rider number 24. That's
Suzanne Taylor.
Suzanne Taylor from Guyana is finding this pace a little bit challenging currently, but it looks like they're doing a good job trying to get back as well. Dave?
Yeah, usually you could tell they're not the top rider in the team, because usually when there's a situation like that arrives, usually your team trying to drop back a little bit and try to put you back in front of the peloton or put you back into the peloton. We're not seeing that, so the strong rider probably is not actually in front of the race. So that's what you see going. But I'm still excited to see what's going to happen after about 15-20 miles, because if you notice, the race is still fully intact. So that tells me that there's a bunch of strong riders in the race.
What I'm seeing as well, I'm seeing a lot of activity from Tennille Campbell, one of our favorites. Like Dave said, I mean, she's going out on the limb and doing a lot of work early. She must be very confident as far as her abilities against this competition. Usually, when a rider is super confident, feeling really well, they just ride aggressive from the start. So that's what I'm seeing here. I think perhaps if she felt there was more of a competition, maybe she would have sit in a little bit more. But she's making this race extremely difficult. There was a rider off the front, and as soon as Tennille saw that, she was covering. So looks like an exciting race so far, though, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys are enjoying it there, and as much as we are, bring it to you. Simone?
Yes, I'd like to take this opportunity right now, since the race is just starting, to thank our sponsors. So we'd like to thank the Belize Tourism Board, the Belize Olympic and Commonwealth Games Association. We have COPASI, the Government of Belize, the Development Finance Corporation, Atlantic Bank Limited, National Bank of Belize Limited, Digi National Telecom, Central Bank of Belize, Belize Electricity Limited. We also like to thank Belize City Council, the Police Department, Bowen & Bowen, Coke, Crystal, and Powerade, the Department of Transport, Niche, MIDH, and M&M Engineering. There are a lot of partners that take place in an event like this. Tell us some of the behind the stage kind of things that are taking place to make sure that this happens. There's a lot of planning that goes into this event, the road execution. You guys have been riding for Belize for very many years. What goes into the type of production of this event?
Yeah, absolutely. So first and foremost, Simone will have to thank the Cycling Federation of Belize, who is the face of an event like this. This is a historic event, obviously, of great magnitude, and like you quite say, of course, we thank the sponsors, but there's a lot of other players behind the scenes. So it's in collaboration with the CCU, which is the Caribbean Cycling Union, as well as the governing body of cycling, which is UCI. In addition, there's COPASI as well, that handles for the region. Along with that, there's anti-doping and so forth. That's a part of this event, and those are like the officiating part of the event. But in addition to that, you mentioned MIDH, who would be responsible or called upon for road work. Then we have the Belize City Council, who would be called upon for anything related to traffic management, things of that nature, making sure that the riders are very, very safe. One of the things that are, with an event like this, one of the things that are very, very important, Simone and Dave, would be safety. First and foremost, I had an opportunity to meet and discuss with a safety manager for today's event. His name is St. Clair Williams. He's out of the Caribbean, and he is here just to make sure the safety aspect of this race is on point. And you know, he was pleased. He said it went well yesterday, and everything is in place today as well. Again, the Belize Police Department, you know, definitely huge responsibilities when it comes to an event like this. There is health services with the ambulance. Those are protocols that have to be met. So a lot of things, and not to mention all the other stuff that goes beyond that for hosting the riders, feeding the riders, make sure they're comfortable while they're here. I understand we have partnership with the Grand Resort, the Biltmore, and so forth. But that's kind of a list of some of the.
So I wanted to ask you, because like, for instance, here at home in Belize, we're familiar with our Holy Classic cross country and all of the mechanisms that take place in that, but now this is an international UCI competition. And what's the difference? What is the difference of being able to host an international event, and even for the riders and for the spectators? Because I mean, yesterday we had a little bit of traffic challenges and some undue delays, and I will definitely take this opportunity to let you know that we will be experiencing rolling delays along the road. But what sets an international event apart from what we actually do here at home?
Sure, so I'm going to touch on that a little bit, and then Dave, obviously Dave has a lot of experience with that.
So one of the main things is that it's a good way to test the level of your riders in your country, because most of the time we race amongst ourselves. And when you race amongst yourself, after a while you all get to know each other, and the race start become bored. So what you do, you welcome other competition from abroad in order to push you to that another level. And then it's interchangeable, where we invite riders in, and then we go over to their country and visit and race amongst them. So that's why the competition is good. And this is the first level of competition, where it's a Caribbean championship, and then you go to the Central American and Caribbean, which is a little bit bigger, and then you go to the Pan American Championship, which is a little bit bigger. Then you go to the Olympics, then you go to the World. So every time the competition gets much stiffer, but this is the level you start at amongst yourself in the Caribbean, and then it extends until you get to the Worlds that was hosted 3 weeks ago in Kigali, Rwanda. So that's our objective, is to develop cyclists and to get the best rider to represent your country, and see how far you can take them in terms of progress in cycling.
Well said, Dave. And just to elaborate a little bit on that, Simone and Dave, as far as a UCI event as opposed to a local event, some of the differences, there are protocols from the UCI that has to be met when it comes to the safety protocols, things like health protocols, anti-doping protocols, officiating protocols. So, for example, not just any official can officiate UCI race. They have to be UCI certified. So what you see is a lot of these officials here today, they're not from Belize. They're from all over the Caribbean. I believe the head official, Chuck, I forgot his last name, but he is the head commissaire. He's from the U.S. And then there are other commissaires from across the nation that comes in to do these types of races. So that's the difference. Main difference, I think, like with the Holy Saturday Cross Country Cycling Classic, it's run by Belize officials only, everything CFB related, and but it is sanctioned by the UCI and UCI rules, but not run by UCI like this race is. The other thing, a race like this, Dave and Simone, it is a qualifier for the Central American Games. So I was told yesterday the top 4 women in this race overall qualifies automatically for the Central American Games, and in the male elite coming up, it would be the top 6.
Okay.
So that's when it comes to UCI races, there are qualifiers to the next level, like Dave said, the Caribbean, the Central American Games, Pan American Games, and the Worlds.
Okay, well, it looks as if the lead group is on the airport road, so it means that they're about to make their way to John Smith. Okay.
There's 2 riders up front.
And 2 riders looks like off the back currently, and those riders are Sienna Mackey and Suzanne 24 Suzanne Taylor. I don't believe, Dave, with this pace, those riders are going to get back, unfortunately. But the race is pretty active. Who's up front, Dave, pushing the pace?
So there's just there's not a breakaway at the moment. It seems that everybody's still intact from what I'm seeing right now on the screen. There's just a small gap with 2 riders off the back, but I don't think that's no kind of threat. That's something they can close. It's rider number 82. And rider number actually back on the bun. So everybody is actually back together. So there's not a separation yet. Mostly at the time when there's not a separation, the race is, like I said, they're just still feeling out each other, trying to establish themselves. And as the race get older, you'll see breaks start forming amongst the riders. One of the things I want to touch on also is that for the viewers, that the race is brought to you a little bit different from we used to locally. Usually we have a rider on the road that broadcasts live straight to us, back to our rooms, living rooms. It's not the case today because, like D-Wade said, it's a UCI sanctioned race. And so what you have people on the road that will just showing you the race, but they won't get no talking. So that's why we're in studio bringing it to you.
Absolutely. It looks like there is a little gap in the front, and Tennille Campbell has to close that gap by herself. Obviously, she is the strongest rider there, so they are going to rely on her to close the gap. Dave, it is a war out there in the road, Dave. Riders are spread all across the road. Look at that. It looks like another one of our riders got separated, Miss Natalie Lovell. The caravan passed her up, so I don't think she'll be getting back. Looks like rider number 47, that is, looks like struggling a little bit off the back.
Also I want to mention our viewing might not be as accurate because the way this race is brought to you, you cannot be in front of the race videoing. You have to actually establish yourself from alongside, and you have to be a distance back. UCI sanctioned races, so some of it might be slow in terms of what you're getting from us, and so but as soon as we have it, as we can see it up front, then we bring you stuff like bringing the name of the rider's number and stuff like that will be difficult. After the race gets separated, it will be much easier for us to see the riders them on the road. So that's why you see it's very slow to what we're talking about, because you cannot be so close up on the riders.
Yeah, I must recognize a great effort there by number 47, Evelyn Diaz-Matos. She was struggling a little bit, but she made it back into the peloton and actually rode up right away to kind of settle back herself. But it shows how difficult Simone cycling is. It's always changing. It's so dynamic, right? What are you seeing out there?
I'm seeing a test of endurance at the moment. We are looking forward to seeing the Belize team put on an excellent display this morning. As you said, the qualifying category for the Caribbean Cycling Championship is definitely something to look forward to. An opportunity for our homegrown riders to be able to meet more international competition and hone their skills. Dave, tell us a little bit of what to expect as they continue to ride around the John Smith Road and hit the, it would be the George Price Highway.
If you notice right now, they're actually riding in a tailwind, and that's why the race has picked up significantly just from the way they're pedaling. And when they get back to the Western Road, they will be facing another headwind. Because you have a headwind going up today, and then entering into the boom road, then they probably still face a tailwind. I mean a headwind. So the race is significantly fast right now. That's why you see those gaps keep forming, because the faster riders can lift the pace much higher with a tailwind than in a headwind. So that's why you see them all across the road. And they're trying to avoid other riders to be sitting on the wheels. So you'll see a lot of that right now taking place. When a rider attack, one of the main reasons for go across the road is actually to have the other rider have to work hard enough in the wind alone rather than sitting on the wheels. So that's why you see them all across the road spread out like that.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, for some of us at home, you know, we're not real big cyclists, well, connoisseurs, if we could call it that. What kind of mechanisms are we seeing here on the road today? Like we see them dart across the road, then get back in line, and you know, what exactly are we seeing in cycling terms?
Yeah, so whenever the pace is super high, so at some of the max of the where the highest speed that the race is going to be during the course, you will see a straight line, right? And every rider is going to be fighting Simone for a wheel, so they can maximize their draft and just hang in there until the opportunity comes where they can be a little bit more active. So that's kind of what you see. When you see it spread out across the road, that means that typically the pace is a little bit lower, slower, and usually when that happens, there would be an attack. So someone would attack out, and then you get that constant raising the pace, lowering the pace, right? Currently, looks like one of our riders are in a little bit of trouble, Natalie Lovell. With the pace, Dave, so far, with a few riders have been dropped. We have Sienna Mackey, you have Gabrielle Lovell, Suzanne Taylor, and now Natalie Lovell, who has lost contact with the field. What else are you seeing?
Yeah, that's why, like I said, the competition amongst ourselves, it's very crucial. If you notice, some of these riders in this race, some of them come from criterium backgrounds, and usually riders with criterium backgrounds are very strong on the flats, and they can lift the pace real high. And so that's why you see whenever the pace is lift high, some of these girls get open. But it's just a matter of time. That's not how the race will be ridden. Yeah, so as long as the race become established, then you'll see more of a tempo style of riding. Right now, you'll see a lot of attack because the fast and stronger riders already know that early in the race to put it very high is to kind of split the group and try to establish a lead breakaway, and that's why you see they go in the riding way they are riding across the road, and there's opening gaps.
Yeah, it looks to me currently like Tennille Campbell has been one of the aggressors earlier on. I think she wants to break this race up and have a selected group, perhaps. That's the strategy that I am seeing, out there. It looks like the rider from Bermuda as well, Gabriela Arnold, has been active, and there's Tennille again on the attack on the right side of the road, Dave, just as we speak. I think that's her strategy. She wants to separate some of the stronger riders, and then she's a very, very fast finisher. And speaking to her earlier today, I gather that that's the strategy that would work best for her to bring home the goal for Trinidad and Tobago.
And what we do need to recognize is that every single lady who is participating on this field today has a wealth of experience behind them. We're looking at national champions, we're looking at Pan Am performers, we're looking at regional champions as well. So it definitely is a big content that we are seeing. Natalie here, she hasn't given up. She's putting on her grit, and she will finish this race. So Belizeans, if you're not already out on the Western Highway, going at the 8 Mile Junction, please come out and show our riders this morning some love. The females are now on the course. They will be doing 2 circuits around the course today, which comprises the Hattieville to Boom cutoff, and then they will be coming down the Northern Highway and then going back up again. So if you are en route, you may experience a few delays here, but stop the cars, pull over, and give our riders some love. We are definitely doing well this morning. The Chavaria sisters are still up front, but I wanted to comment a little bit about Laurie Sharp from Jamaica, because she also placed very well yesterday. What can we expect from her?
Well, she's actually one of the favorites in today's race. Lori Sharp used to ride, I think still riding for the Legion team. So you know, and she rode a cross country, a female cross country in Belize, so she's well experienced. She have a very decorated background in terms of cycling accomplishment. So I look for her, and the distance of the race actually favor her in 70 miles. So I look to see that if you notice she rides up front. So that tells me she's very experienced. Some of what you're seeing, some of the riders that you see attacking off the front is not actually the main go-to rider for the race. Those they actually try to put their domestique on the front of the race and try to force other team to come out and chase in order to use up energy. So that's what you're seeing. They're trying to establish themselves. But in the course of that, a lot of riders are getting blown off the back. So once this race gets settled in, they actually covered, right now, they probably covered about, I would say about 14 miles of racing. So you still have like 56 miles of racing. So the race is still early. And they're actually entering into the Western Highway right now. And that race will go up to the Hattieville roundabout and make a right into the Barrel Boom Road and goes over to the Northern Road and come up the Northern Road back into the Airport Road and back into the John Smith for 2 laps, 70 miles.
Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, like Simone said earlier, we need you guys to come out and support the Caribbean Cycling Championships here in Belize for the first time, and especially our Belizean cyclists. We have 2 of them who are very active in the peloton as we speak, as we're watching it, and they look very comfortable. Belize are sitting in well with the Chavarria sisters. The race is, as they turn on the George Price Highway, they will be turning into a headwind. Based on what we were seeing earlier today, and that's the opportunity for the stronger riders to perhaps break up the peloton even more in a strong head or crosswind. So we have another 7 miles or so to the Hattieville roundabout. That should take maybe the riders about 15 minutes or so, 15 to 16 minutes, and then they will take a right and race again for another 11, 12 miles to the Northern Highway. So you guys can judge if you want to come out along the road and watch our girls compete, and also the rest of these ladies. Simone?
Well, I'm just thinking that as they approach Hattieville, I want to introduce a couple of fun facts. Like, Belize City is the former capital of Belize, and it's now Belmopan, but Hattieville is actually a village that was established post-Hurricane Hattie in 1961. So what happened is Belize City is actually a low-lying area, and at that time, because of the devastation that took place in Belize City, all the residents were transferred to Hattieville. So that is why we have Hattieville here in Belize. And as the riders approach Hattieville, I know that they're now passing the Chucker Outpost, which is a wonderful experience for airborne tours when you come to visit Belize, either by cruise or if you're an overnight passenger. So, you know, one of the things I'd like to focus on this morning is the fact that Belize is such a magical country. Yes, all of these riders are here for the race, but they are able to witness the beauty of our country and meet the warm hospitality of our people. As you said, you know, most of them are based at the Belize Best Western Plus Biltmore Hotel, as well as the recently opened Grand Resort. And those are 2 of our finest properties here in Belize City. And I just know, hearing Tenille comment yesterday, you know, that the warm hospitality of the people is part of the Belizean experience, and it's something for all of the people watching at home to be able to enjoy. What are your thoughts on that, Dave?
Yes, I think it's awesome. It's awesome for Belize. People get to see Belize more than just cycling, and they get to have a good time. And from what we're getting, that the riders and the visitors are having a good time. They are enjoying Belize, and that's a very good take. I want to also mention that in the race we were talking earlier about Terrell Campbell. Just so you know, she was the individual time trialist gold female champion yesterday. She actually won the gold medal. And we also talked about Lori Sharp earlier. She was the female individual time trial silver medalist yesterday. So you saw that. So what we're watching, that those two riders are still the two of the strongest riders in the race based on how they're riding early in the race. So we want to congratulate them on the medal winning yesterday. And we also want to go out and thank our rider, our under 23 rider, which was Derek Chavaria, for people that was watching, that he won the gold under 23 individual time trial race. So.
Oh, and as you speak about Derek Chavaria, both Paulita and Patricia are from the Chavaria bloodline. So this is a strong Belizean bloodline of cyclists.
Yes, absolutely. There's also Jocelyn Chavaria Jr. as well, and their father, Jocelyn Sr. So they come from a long DNA of cyclists, and it's showing. Dave and Simone, they're right there in the thick of things. You know, they're sitting very comfortably, it looks like. So we are expecting them to do very, very well. So far, the race has covered about, like you said, Dave, 15 or so miles. The first 10 miles, these ladies are riding close to 24, just a little bit under 24 miles an hour average. So that's a pretty good clip.
Also, I want to mention also, if you notice in the race right now, the Cuban team have 4 riders, and Belize also had 4 riders. But right now, the Cubans still have their full team intact, and those they have some of the best riders actually in the Caribbean. So I will look for them to be around later in the race today. If you notice, they're just sitting on the back, they're just countering attack all the move, they're not making no move. So I expect the Cuban team of 4 riders will definitely be around because they have the numbers so far.
We are not participating in the women's under 23 for this event. Am I correct? We only have our elite riders on the road.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes. So all 4 ladies that started would have been women's elite.
And at this time, we want to go over back to giving a shout out to our sponsors. Without them, this is not possible. So we want to make sure that we highlight them as much, which is Belize BTB, CFB, the CC Union, which is the Caribbean Cycling Union, Atlantic Bank, Copaki, NBB, National Bank of Belize, DJ, BL, the Police Department, M&M's, Central Bank of Belize, MIDH, Belize City Council. And so we want to thank our sponsors to make this race possible, as this is a big event in Belize. This is actually a historic event in Belize. We want to encourage all the listeners, if they can make their way out to the finish. This race probably will be finishing 11 o'clock, a little after 11 today. It will be finishing in front of Mirab, and today Mirab is closed, so you guys can come out, have a good time, get to know other people, networking, come out, enjoy the finish of the race. And so, yeah, we look forward to see a big finish today.
Yes, Dave, again, activity is happening up here, going towards Hattifville. So far, we've got 5 riders who have been separated from the peloton. Number 2, number 11, number 14, 16, and number 24.
So just to give the names for those who are at home listening, that would be Sienna Mackey, who rides for the Bahamas. She has lost contact from the peloton. We also have Gabrielle Lovell, who rides for our beloved Belize, who is no longer a part of the peloton. We have Paulita Chavaria, who has also been dropped. Cami Roach, who rides for the Bahamas, as well as number 24, who is Suzanne Taylor from Guyana. So those are the persons who are no longer with the peloton at this time.
Yes, one of the things that you did mention earlier, Simone, that I'd like to elaborate on just a little bit is that you said that all these riders are some of the top riders in their countries. So in order to just represent in a race like this and to get to the starting line, you have to have had some success at a very high level locally there. So you'd find out that these are some of their top riders, whether they're national champions in the individual time trial or road races, or they've accumulated enough points locally within their countries in order to be able to register and ride a race of this magnitude. So not just anyone can decide that, hey, they want to come and ride the race here in Belize. So although you see some of these riders struggling with the pace currently, like we did mention, a few of them getting detached from the peloton, they're still very strong riders. It just shows that in cycling there are different levels, and it could be, you know, on a certain day, you know, you just don't have the legs, so it does not necessarily mean that they were not as prepared as the other riders. It's just some of the levels are a little bit different. So
well, I can definitely relate to that, because I remember, I think it was about 2 years ago, I went out after cross country and bought a bicycle and said, yes, Simone, you know, I'm going to try and do this thing, but the level of endurance that it takes and the mental discipline, my bicycle is now parked at home. It goes out on Sundays because this is not for me, but to see the great and the effort being put forward by all of the female riders this morning is more than wonderful. It is definitely not an easy task. They've been competing yesterday in the international time trials. They've been competing regionally. They've been riding at home, and then to come and put on this display here in Belize is just another amazing feat, and definitely want to have under the belts of a notch on their belt. By the way, Dave, what are your thoughts? I mean, you guys have been putting so much effort into riding. I mean, you can mentally see what the preparation of the athletes are like at a time like this.
Yeah, like what Dwayne was saying earlier is that most of there's a method in terms of how most countries pick the team that they send out. Some countries have what you call test races, and so they have test races amongst riders, and they have a point system. Some of the other countries, they might have riders riding abroad. So some of these riders, even though they might be from Cuba or they might be from Jamaica, they have other commitment to other international teams. So they might be riding in California, and when that national team is picked, they're now going back and representing the country. So that's why you get the best of the best. But it's just in the Caribbean. So most of them, like you say, if they're not the best at the local level, they're riding on the international team and riding well. So they end up automatically being on the national team. And so the competition is very stiff, because you get the best from your country to compete with best and from other countries. So that's what you're seeing right now.
So Dave and Simone, looks like there's been some activity in the front. Rider number 34, none other than Dominican Republic Flor Espiritu Santo Esteves.
Yeah.
One of the riders I think you may have mentioned
I did mention her earlier. So we did hear that she is definitely one to watch in this competition.
Do you have a little thing about
well, she rides for the Dominican Republic, and she has participated in several international events, but the riders in the camp have told me that she is definitely one to watch. Her style is very calm and concentrated, and she's gonna jump out when she sees the opportunity and just maintain that pace for as long as she can. So, you know, Tenille did an amazing performance in the international time trial and is indeed a road champion at home in Trinidad and Tobago. But we, as you rightfully said, have a display of talent from several countries, and the Dominican Republic is definitely a contender for this race. As you can see, we have number 47, Evelyn Diaz-Matos, riding on her bike as well. She's very comfortable in her form. So the Cubans are also definitely a team to look out for as we compete for the Women's Elite and Under 23 at the Caribbean Cycling Championship.
And Dave and Simone, just a quick background on Flor Espiritu Santo Esteves. She is, based on her Palmar, she's definitely a beast on bike. She won the road, so this is a Caribbean Championship. She won both the road and the time trial as a junior in 2021. She was in the Pan American Championships. She was number 6. UCI rankings, won 5 UCI races. Right, so national championships. She won the Dominican Republic National Championship race as well. and she's also a mountain biker. We know how mountain bikers are very strong, so there's no surprise that she is Simona Dave currently in the front of the race. The lead might be a little bit small at this time, but I'm sure that she might be one of the riders that we'll hear from down the stretch.
They actually caught up with her. If you notice that the Cuban team riders get on the front of the race and brought her back. That's what I was saying earlier, that she's probably domestic for the Cuban team, and the Cuban team have the numbers. So they just put the rider on the front, shut down that breakaway fast, and back. Everybody's established back to get on the front of the race. But like Dwayne Wade was saying earlier, what we'll try to do today throughout this race is to highlight some of the riders, just so viewers can know the level of competition that's competing in today's race. Usually we hear names, but we don't know much about their background. So today we'll try and do that and bring it to viewers. And right now, if you notice, Dwayne is Simone. Everybody's basically back intact. Still a little bit of flurries going on, but nothing to talk about. Nothing that's established. The Cuban rider on the front of the race. So I guess the Cuban rider they will start setting the pace now. They already know that they have the numbers, so they'll probably start setting the pace for this race.
So there's another name that we haven't been mentioning here at the table this morning that I definitely want you guys to keep your eyes on for the road, and that is Berenice Paul. She rides for Guadeloupe. She is actually another Caribbean road champion. We will be pulling up full stats on her, but it is definitely a very tight race so far going in this morning, and we are just here in the studio with as much anticipation as everyone else in the country as we watch the performance today. And I just want to thank Digi for having us in the wonderful studios. The broadcast is being brought to you today in conjunction with the Cycling Federation of Belize and the Caribbean Cycling Union. We are here at the 2025 Caribbean Cycling Championship team presentation. Road cycling championship. I'm just overwhelmed and excited.
Okay. We are excited for today's race. So.
Yes.
Absolutely. Like Dave said, it looks like the stronger riders are starting to move up to the front. If you notice, quite a few of the riders have been tailed off. I think again we have about 5 or so riders who are off the back, and that brings the peloton down from 17 to 12. So 12 riders now, and they'll be watching each other. Of that 12, we have Lori Sharp still in it from Jamaica. We have Gabriela Arnold still there. We have Tennille Campbell, of course. We have the Dominican rider Flor, who is still there. The Cubans are still there, I believe. They still have their entire 4 riders there.
I believe their 4 riders are still there.
If their 4 riders are there, they definitely have the advantage.
Yes, on paper they got 4 riders.
Exactly.
So.
You would think they'd have the advantage, and we saw that when the Dominican was trying to make a break, they went on the front and brought it back.
So basically what they will do is that they will use their riders to basically chase every break that go off the front, and that's where domestic come in by lifting, doing most of the work. And so I will look for them later in the race to get a little control of this race. Once you put 2-3 riders in the break, and they are the only team capable of doing, because they have 4 riders. Everybody only have 1 or 2 riders right now. Belize had 4 riders, but right now we don't. I don't see if we have a rider up front. So Cuba definitely have the advantage. But let's see what's going to take place, because Lori Sharp is strong and Tennille Campbell is also strong. So, and there's a gap already forming on the two Cuban riders. So let's see how the race will take shape. We already covered we at mile 12 and a half on the western road, mile 13 actually on the western road, going towards Hattieville roundabout.
Yeah, it looks as if they're passing by Grand's farm right now, and that means they're about a 1 mile stretch from the Hattieville roundabout. So they will be taking that very rapid turn onto the Hattieville to Boom Junction very shortly, and I think that is where we will begin to see the separation in the strength of the riders, because that's a very long stretch. They'll be crossing over, I believe it's one bridge that will be close to Boom. So we will definitely see the race for the bridge positioning there this morning.
Correct. It looks like one of the riders, Dave, that I'm keeping my eye on today is Gabriela Arnold from Bermuda. She was, however, the way she's riding, she is not necessarily exerting a lot of effort, and she is one of the favorites. Now, Tennille Campbell is a favorite, very talented, of course. We know what she can do. We also know what Lori Sharp can do. So they have been bringing the race to everyone else, whereas Gabriela is a little bit more conservative. Those are the riders, as the race develops a little later, Simone and Dave, those are the riders that are going to be, obviously have the stronger legs down the stretch. So again, we're only about halfway through lap number 1. And there are 2 laps and back to the city. So yeah, a lot of racing still left. As we see Gabriela surfing the back there. She is number 4 riding for Bermuda. A couple of the Cuban riders are at the back after doing some of that work, bringing the low separation back. So quite an exciting race so far. You know, the vantage point we have from the studio, it does not give us the full story out there on the road. But based on what we're seeing, I can see the excitement. The speed is up as well, Dave. Over 23.5 miles an hour or so. Thoughts?
Yeah. So earlier when I was saying that about the domestiques and their role in this race, just so viewers know, they're only given 3 prizes in these races, which is gold, silver, and bronze. So these teams have a designated winner that they want to win for the country, and so look to see where the race, you will probably end up seeing 2 or 3 riders up front. Once they will try to put their strongest rider in the front of the race to win the race, because the goal of each team is to win the race, not to position, because they're only given 3 prizes, which is gold, silver, and bronze. And so the team with the numbers, like I said earlier, will always have the edge, but that's what you're seeing earlier, that you will see some riders get blown off the back, or they will just ride and then they won't finish the race. Most of the objective are not to finish. Some of them are there just to win. And so that's what we're looking at right now. We actually on the Boom Road heading towards the Philip Golson Highway. So we're probably 2 miles, a mile into the Boom Road, and the Boom Road gives you a distance about 12 miles to the northern and the Philip Golson Highway, and that's where they'll make a right into the Philip Golson Highway and go back over to the airport road that will lead you back into the John Smith Road to complete your first lap. And second lap, they won't make a turn. They will, instead of going back to the airport road, they'll come straight down the Philip Golson Highway, and the race will finish in front of Mirab.
The race is on, ladies and gentlemen. The pace has picked up a little bit in the Boom Hatfield Road. It looks like the riders are struggling all over the road to get a wheel, because once the pace starts, as we know, you have to shelter, right? So it looks like it's a rider number 48.
Yes.
Cuban rider.
Lianis Mesa Silveira. She actually was the one that jumped out ahead of everyone yesterday in the ITT. And she is also leading at this moment for the race. So she has actually stepped out ahead of everybody else and is on the grind. So she is the pace setter at the moment.
Absolutely, and that's why the pace, I guess, was picking up, because because rider number 48 again, Lianis Mesa Silveira from Cuba. And Dave, look at her pedaling style and the cadence. She looks pretty smooth, and she's looking back. It seems like she has a gap. We're not seeing what gap she has right now, but she's committed. This
you have a background on her accomplishment. Like I said earlier, been to some of these races, some of these games. Cubans have some of the best riders. They don't compete in every event, but when they show up and they show up to win.
It looks as if she has a 5 second
gap.
It's a 5 second gap ahead of everybody else right now. And I do know that she is one of the stronger under 23 competitors at the moment. So she will be riding in that category. So she's definitely one to watch this morning.
Well, yeah, you seen her jump out the front. Seems that they already caught her back, so riders are back together again. The story is still going on the way. Nothing has been established yet. Riders are trying. I also see Lori Sharp. If you notice Lori Sharp, she's just sitting the way. She's just sitting, just following all attacks. Like I said, look for her to be one of the favorites to win today's race. She have, like I said, a decorated background. She used to ride for the Legion female team. I think she's still riding for them in California. And she's a very strong rider. She rode a couple of the female cars cross country in Belize. So, and she's so much familiar with Belize terrain and our course of riding and our style. So expect her to be around for one of those medals today.
So the teams are riding past our Hattieville Correctional Facility, and they continue to make their way down the Hattieville to Boom Junction. It's very interesting as each rider attempts to pull away, the entire peloton catches them. So it's definitely a strong force to reckon with on the road. No one appears to be having any difficulty. Everybody is riding so smoothly that at this point in time, we cannot tell whose race it will be. We have representation from the Dominican Republic, we have Cuba, we have Jamaica, we have Bermuda, we also have Trinidad and Tobago, and of course Belize has not been left behind. We are also there, so we can also take home the trophy today. We are strong contenders this morning.
Yeah, no, I believe, Tennille, there has a similar jersey like Belize. I think it's the Guadeloupe, the young lady from the Guadeloupe, that she's there. The Belizean contingent has lost contact with the peloton, unfortunately. So I don't think we'll be vying for a medal here today. But I love the excitement. I was excited myself.
I was very excited to hear the news that we were still there.
Yes. So, Dave, it looks like the Cubans are bringing this race to the rest of ladies here. Number 47 looks like she's making a bid for it. Is she off the front? Number 47 is no other than Evelyn Diaz Matos, Cuban. So they're definitely, Dave.
Yeah, they're definitely running a tag team race today.
The Cubans, they have strong riders, and like I said earlier, they are fully aware that they have 4 riders in the race and they team intact. So what they'll do is actually put pressure on the field. You know, whenever a rider go off the front, in many cases it's not actually to break away. Some of them is just there to put pressure and force the other countries and the other team to come out and ride so they can use up their energy. But I want to touch a little bit on our female riders in Belize. This is the first time on this level I think they face this type of competition. As you know, female riding is just getting popular in Belize. They don't get as much exposure and experience in international racing. We expect over the years to come that they will improve on that. And so for them, this is the first time to face these level of different countries. Usually, our cross country, we would have 2 or 3 foreign riders that comes in and compete. Today is different. So for them, this is a learning experience, and they will, as time goes by, you'll see more invested and more get put behind female riding in Belize to send them abroad, starting over in Mexico in order to get that kind of experience. So hopefully at another international race, they will do much better. But for right now, I'm proud of our representation. I'm proud of them trying, but it's still also able for them to see where they need to improve in terms of riding. So I expect that to develop over the years. But right now we have a Cuban rider, number 47, solo on the road. Look like she have a small gap. Look like 5-10 seconds lead. Let's see how this race will shape up. And we have covered over, I would say, 20 miles a ride so far, and we have another 50 miles. So the race is very young, very early. So it's difficult to make a prediction this early in the race. But from what we're seeing, the Cubans are trying to establish themselves as the dominant force in this race.
Yeah, Dave and Simone, this is what's so exciting and exhilarating and unknown about cycling. Now, just a few minutes ago, the number 47 was off the back and looks like she was struggling with the high pace. Once the pace settled and she became comfortable again, she went on the attack. Now she's leading the race, so it's from the back to the front. And sometimes you'll find out earlier in the race, you might not be feeling your legs, something's a little bit off, but then you settle in, the nerves settle in, and from there, obviously, the way she's pedaling her cadence, it looks like she's committed to whatever she is thinking of doing right now, which is extending that gap. We're not quite sure what the gap is. If we can get a feed on that, what the gap is, that would be very helpful, and perhaps the average speed in the front. Let us know if that break might last, but what we're seeing here is the Cuban in front. I think the ladies in the back, which are Tennille Campbell, Lori Sharp, Gabriela Arnold. The pressure is now on them, right? That's where the pressure is. Who's going to take up that chase? Who's going to take up the chase? What do you think, Dave?
So usually how most of these races ride, when you see a solo rider up front, with this much riding left to do, you're talking about covering another 50 miles. So they will establish a group chase, and that group chase will try and make their way over to that lead rider. But most of the time, those moves come much later in the race, just based on this how many 50 miles of riding. So I don't expect a break like this to last, but I also expect that there will be an established chase group that will try and make their way over. Most of the time, the chase group, they will give you or allow you a certain distance before they start chasing. That's how most riders, whether it's a minute, whether it's two, they will gauge themselves and put you in a position so you can use up your legs in the wind all alone, and then later in the race they will try to establish a chase group and make it cross to the other riders. Now the Cubans have the edge because now anybody that's going to take up the chase, the Cubans can just sit on their wheel, get a free ride over, and they will be saving much more energy on the riders that's putting in the work. So that's what we'll see going here.
So we understand that the lead now is a 13-second gap, and that is Evelyn Diaz-Matos riding for Cuba, who is in the lead. At this time, we understand that there are only 9 riders left in the field. So we have dwindled down from 12 to 9, and we will also get the information to you as to who has dropped out.
Yep, absolutely, Simone. It's an exciting race, and you see how the race just progressed from the start. You had a couple of riders struggling, then another few dropped off, and now it seems like the best of the best are showing themselves. Cuba, obviously, they kind of have the cards in their hands right now, and they're playing it from the front. We just got a view, Dave, of the peloton, the chasing peloton. They're not. It seems like they've settled in and will allow this rider to ride off. And I would expect if we can get another time gap, I would expect that to be up towards 20 seconds or more. But we will see. It seems like what we're looking at, everyone's relaxed a little bit in the back and maybe perhaps waiting for someone to pick up the initiative and chase. Rider number 4 again, guys. Gabriela Arnold riding a very smart race. She's not working. See, she's just reacting. So she's one of the names to look forward to as this race get a little later. Tennille Campbell looks like she is committed now to maybe bridging across and taking some riders with her. We see a small gap there with that attack. This is an exciting race. It seems like some of his tactics are starting to play out, and of course, Cuba has their cards in their hands right now, and they are the ones that's actually dictating how this race is being ridden. Like Dave said, now they can sit in, and Simone, they will enjoy a free ride, like we like to say in cycling. What do you see so far?
So yeah, so just for the viewers, in cycling they have what you call drafting, and so if you notice, that's what the other riders. Most of the riders, like the stronger riders, you'll see they do a lot of drafting early in the race in order to conserve as much energy, and so later on in the race, they will be the stronger riders. So that's what you see going here, that the riders in most of the riders, they are just drafting in the back. There's only one person keep trying to break away. That won't happen. you will see an establishment of flores in the back until their break is established, which will be a chase group that will come later in the race. Most of the girls in the back already know and aware that there is 50 miles left of riding. So the race have not even started in the UAE. This is a lot of riding left. 50 miles of riding. They're headed towards the Philip Golson Highway, about 4 or 5 miles into the Boom Road, and they're going towards the Philip Golson Highway.
I just want to insert a fun fact here, because as a tourism-oriented country, we are now approaching Burrell Boom, and if you are familiar, for those of you who don't know, Burrell Boom actually got its name from being a lumber boom. So it is a settlement that was used in our colonial days, and it was the point where the logwood was extracted and milled. So they used to haul major chains across the river point, and that's where it got its name. It is also the gateway for our community baboon sanctuary. So right through Boom, you have the Belize River Valley, and that's one of the amazing areas here in Belize. I mean, I am so fond of it for its lush greenery. Definitely an ecotourism destination, but what I love most about Belize River Valley is the people and of course the food. I mean, we have varying events that take place through there. One of my favorites, of course, is the Ruta Maya event that brings canoers to Belize to participate, and that is usually in May. So that is a river race that starts in Cayo and it extends all the way along the Mopan and Belize rivers and ends here in beautiful Belize City. So that was just a little bit of a fun facts for the viewers at home to know that as we progress in this race, that they're passing very key points here in Belize. And Belize is one of those wonderful destinations that there's always something for you to experience.
Absolutely, and you've been doing a fantastic job from the start, mentioning those beautiful landmarks here in Belize. Well done. Well done, Simone. You know our country very well, so we're sharing it with the world. We love it as well. One thing to mention as well, Burrell Boom is the home of my home.
Ah, D-Wade, I didn't even know that.
Yes.
You're sharing some secrets with us this morning.
So I was just gloating there when you were mentioning my hometown, right? I didn't want to mention it myself, but thank you very much. Quick update on the peloton. Dave and Simone, Lori Sharp is still there. We've lost contact. These are some of the riders who have lost contact. Sienna Mackey from Team Bahamas, number 2. We have number 11, Gabrielle Lovell, Belize, lost contact. Natalie Lovell, unfortunately, number 12. Patricia and Paulita both lost contact. Cami Roach from the Bahamas as well. Suzanne Taylor from Guyana. So those are the riders. We have 7 riders lost contact. And Lori Sharp, number 1, she's still in the peloton. Jamaica. Gabriela Arnold, number 4, she's there. Tennille Campbell, number 8, representing Trinidad and Tobago. Bernice Paul, one of Simone's favorite, number 28 from Guadeloupe, she is there. Flor Espirito Santo Esteves, Dominican Republic, she's there. Yemeli Perez Vega Melcy from the Dominican Republic. Cubans, 4 riders, Evelyn Diaz Matos, Lianis Meza Silveira, Karen Martinez Dominguez, and Iseli Rodriguez Orquiza. Hopefully we are pronouncing those names correctly. But those are your riders who are still in the peloton, Dave and Simone, with number 47, Evelyn, with still a slight lead of about 15 seconds or so. Is that still accurate?
I see that the field is actually dominated by a lot of the Latin American or the Latin Caribbean influence. Is there anything that's remarkable about their terrain that gives them that competitive edge?
I'll kick that question over to Dave. Dave has done a lot of racing over there, so he knows the Latin Caribbean riders very well.
Well, not only that, they do a lot of racing, but most of the countries are very close in proximity to each other, so it's much easier for them to get over to other countries and race. So that's why the edge they have. Belize is a little bit, we close more to like Mexico. The other Caribbean countries, they're just like most of them like islands in close separation. So that's why you get that level of competition. Also, they do a lot of international riding, and some of the riders you see racing ride for teams in the US and abroad. So that gives them a slight in terms of experience in racing. So when you bring that and you come down to this level, you will always perform very well. And so that's why you have a lot of the riders that you guys was highlighting have the type of background that you're finding out about them because of the level of competition they have entered, whether it's the Pan Am Games, the Central American Games, and the World Championships. So that's what we're witnessing right now.
Absolutely. I've had an opportunity to ride in the Dominican Republic, and I can tell you it's a great place for riding. A lot of great roads, a lot of great routes. A lot of these other countries, they tend to be a lot smaller, right? The Caribbean countries. So not a lot of terrain to ride. So the larger islands like the Dominican Republic, obviously, more roads there, Cuba as well, and they also invest heavily into athletics and sports. So I think that's.
I'm glad you hit the nail on the head, because I just wanted to comment about the role of this event here in Belize today. And I do know that the Belize Tourism Board and the Cycling Federation of Belize have been working for very many years to host an international event. What does this mean for the level of competition here in Belize, and as corporate Belize, how we can assist in helping the Cycling Federation bolster the international experience of our athletes here? I know the ladies here, they all perform. I've seen them very many times on our local stage. But what is it that is needed here at home in order to take that level to the next?
Yes, great question and great point. Thanks for bringing that up, Simone. And after I'm done, I'll have Dave touch on that. I'm sure he has some great input there too. But first and foremost, it's all about competition in anything you're competing in, right? The number one goal is to win. How do you win? By getting better, developing. Okay, so we have a smaller peloton when it comes to female cyclists here in Belize. How do we, first off, grow that peloton? We need resources. So, the federation will definitely need to work with the different corporations and provide the value that they need in order to provide sponsorships and contributions, so we can have different programs that's geared towards building out the female peloton and making sure that we have more races for them, more development for them. I think right now it's going in the right direction. I think we need to maybe get a little bit more momentum behind it. The way we're going to do that, Dave and Simone, is by reaching out to the public and also corporations for the resource. It takes a lot of resource to get that done. And then in addition to that, so let's say we build out the peloton to a reasonable amount of cyclists that we can work with. We need to find the right competition. So make sure there's structure as far as training and developing, and then finding the right competition. I think regionally here, we're located in a perfect place when it comes to athletics. We have Mexico, our neighbors, our friendly neighbors, larger countries, Mexico and Guatemala, and we also have the Caribbean, Panama, and some of the other countries where there are more cyclists and their programs are more developed, and they're not that far away. We can travel by road to Guatemala, by road to Mexico, compete in those races, and also invite their federation to our races as well. And what's that's going to do with the proper funding, Dave and Simone, and then the proper level of competition and the structure to develop these athletes, I think we can definitely expand the female peloton. Dave, your thoughts?
Yeah, I like the way where it's going, because it's the same way that the male rider started out. Years ago, Belize used to compete in Central American and Caribbean games, and we never used to even finish the races. And we have transformed now where we won medals. We've been winning gold medal, we'll be winning silver medal at international events. So that tells me if we take the same approach where we have more races for the female, and also let them go abroad, like Dwayne was saying earlier, where we can go race in Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras. Start with our neighboring countries, and as we improve, we can go on the bigger stage. But it all starts with competition. Find the talent, find the sponsors that is willing and ready to develop them, because they do take a little bit of resource to even get started. Most sponsors will spend if they see the talent is there, so it's just to locate some of the more talented female rider, get them up, have them race a lot, and over years you will see the improvement. So that's what we have. That's the challenge we will face in the years to come.
Yep, looks like the race is all back together, actually. They've caught the one rider in the front, Dave, so we are back to 10 riders representing, with 4 being from Cuba still in the peloton. Every other country, I believe, only have 1 rider there. Is that correct? So 6 other countries represented with 1 riders, and Cuba with 4. The Cuban rider who was attacking earlier is now, looks like, experiencing a little bit of difficulty there and being forced to work by Bernice Paul, who is sitting on to get back to that group. But lots of racing still left, Dave, as you say. So this race is definitely not settled by no means.
Yeah, she seems like she's a domestique on the team. I look at how she was riding just now when she was off on the front, and she was really setting a blistering pace. So I know some of the riders definitely had to use up some energy and use up some legs in order to shut her down, in order to make that transition cross and put everybody back together. So if you notice her on the back now, she's probably recovering, but they still have 4 riders in the race. So right now they're actually about 3 miles away from the Philip Golson Highway, where they will make a right. They're actually entering the boom bridge, the Barrel Boom Bridge, which is about 3 miles away from the Philip Golson Highway. So we look to see how the race develop. They probably have a tailwind going towards the airport road. So let's see what takes place and how this race will take shape.
I feel that at this moment it's any woman's race. We've seen strong competition. The entire peloton is back together. So all 9 riders have displayed tremendous 10 riders, I'm being corrected in studio, have displayed tremendous strength on the road. As we see, they're crossing over the Boom Bridge and heading towards the Philip Golson Highway. I believe the average speed at this time is 21.8 miles per hour. Speeds I could only imagine reaching myself. So just to let you know, this is a phenomenal race, and we are waiting here in studio to see who will be jumping out and taking the breakaway. It looks as if they're positioning that for the Philip Golson stretch, and that's where we're going to see the race break up a bit and some of the talents emerge.
Yeah. You know who we haven't mentioned since this morning, and I see them coming up, taking up the front pace line, the Dominican team. They also have very strong riders. Dominica is, as you know, it's a hilly country, and so flat is like an easy ride for them, and they're right now up on front, and so I expect them also to be around in the finish. So there's a lot of racing left. It's a 70 miles race, and so there's a lot of racing left to be done before we can really go out on a limb to say more or less who would emerge from this female road race.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. Like you said, Lori Sharp still looks pretty good. She's in there. Gabrielle Arnal, she looks very good. She is in there as well. Bernice Paul is there. Flor from the Dominican Republic, she is there. Yameli from the Dominican Republic, she is there. Evelyn Diaz from Cuba. Lianis, Karen, and Eseli, they are all there from Cuba. So again, on paper, it looks like Cuba has the advantage, and they are bringing this race to the field here. Simone and Dave, I'm very familiar with this route. This is one of my training routes. I ride this route at least 2 to 3 times a week. So coming up now to this stretch just before the Philip Golson Highway, typically there is a cross headwind there. So it's either head or cross. So that might be a section where you see some attacks again. Whenever the conditions in the terrain gets tough, that's when the strong cyclists tend to come out and test the legs, as we like to say. Once they turn on the Philip Golson Highway, heading back to the John Smith Road or Airport Road, that's about 6 miles there, they will experience some tailwind, so the speed will pick up. But coming up right now towards the boom cutoff, as we call it locally here, you might see some activity heading into George Price Highway.
Yes, the rider has just passed the CD gas station. That's roughly about 2 miles from the Philip Golson Highway. You will hear we guys talk about slang, as Dwayne said earlier, about barrel boom cutoff.
Yes.
That's just how the term, but yeah, we're heading towards the Philip Golson, the Philip Golson Highway. So yeah, like I said earlier, the race has not established a clear leader. It has not established itself to say, okay, this is the strongest rider on the road. They're still trying to start out and make sure to see who can actually get a compelling lead. But you will see that and Simone, this race will start shape maybe after like 50 miles.
Yeah.
Usually riders ride where they know if they establish a break, they can maintain it. I feel like with 50 or 5 miles to go, that's a lot of riding to do alone, so you'll see they're still intact. But most of the domestic, as the race get older, you will see some of them fade away because they're actually doing most of the lifting and most of the working right now in the race.
Yeah, Dave, and there you go. As I said, there was a little testing of the legs. Tennille Campbell had it in the gutter there for a little bit, and then she backed off. It looks like this group might stay together for a little while because they're testing out each other and everyone's reacting very well. And here we go again, and that's because they're experiencing some type of change in the wind conditions, and they're testing the other cyclists. So it's an exciting race so far. I mean, I love seeing what what's going on out there. The different strategies, like I said, with the Dominicans having two riders in the peloton and then 4 from Cuba. They definitely are protecting some of their riders and making it difficult for the other riders with just one just riding by themselves. Tennille Campbell is the favorite. She still looks pretty strong, and as I say that, is that her, Dave, on the front again?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Also, what I want to say also is that if you notice earlier this week, some of the riders that came in early was riding the course. One of the main reasons for that is that you go out and you try to establish and get a feel for how the wind will be blowing. Wind resistance is very important in racing, and so riders, strong riders usually push much harder in a headwind than in the tailwind. Most riders don't know that, but most inexperienced riders, they actually ride the opposite. They push harder in the tailwind and become exhausted. So whenever you face the headwind, your pace decrease significantly. So what the stronger riders will do, whenever they face a headwind, you will notice the pace pick up. That's a way to try to establish yourself and try to farm a breakaway. Back to you, Simone.
Well, we're just waiting as the pace is continued to be maintained. We haven't really seen anyone jump ahead of the pack. And as we maintain, the field is now covered by Laurie Sharp, who represents Jamaica. Gabriella Arnold, representing Bermuda, is still there. Tennille Campbell, representing Trinidad and Tobago. We have Berenice Paul, who represents Guadeloupe. We have Flor Espirito Santo Estevez and Messi Yamele Perez Vega, representing the Dominican Republic. For Cuba, still on the road, we have Evelyn Diaz Matos, Lianis Mesa Silveira, Karem Martinez Dominguez, and Iseli Rodriguez Urquiza. And I just wanted to mention that for the Dominican Republic, it's their women's under 23 that is giving a strong performance this morning. We'd like to welcome back into the studio Mr. Ordonez. I mean, he is the commentator for Belize, and he can give you the full rundown on all of these athletes. What are your thoughts this morning here on the road?
This race is beautiful. The excitement full the air. Early this morning I did some few interviews with our Belizean girls, with the other riders. and they all seem fired up for this event. It was on fire. Like you said, the average pace is some 21.8 miles an hour. I mean, we've seen fireworks from the start. Cuba is in the driver's seat. Cuba is in the driver's seat. They have all 4 riders still there. So they are smart. They know that Tenille Campbell is a dangerous rider. They know that Laurie Sharp, the defending champion, wants to repeat. So I believe, from my point, Cuba have a good chance of getting that gold medal today if they work. If you see earlier, they were attacking, sending out riders, using them as we call them rabbit in cycling. Yeah, that's the term right there. But definitely the race is on fire. It's a beautiful race. I want to thank you guys to being here with the studios with me, Simone and Dave and D-Wade. It's just a beautiful day. You know, it's a full day of excitement. I mean, this is the latest event and the excitement is already building. Imagine when we have the elite riders and the U23 males take to the tarmac. What you guys have to say?
Man, I'm very excited. I'm very excited for the big race today. The women has just entered the Philip Colson Highway and they're headed towards the airport junction, which is actually after they complete that, it will be the first lap. And so they have one more lap to go after this lap. So right now they're headed towards the airport junction, on back to the John Smith Road, back to the George Price Highway, up to the Hattieville roundabout junction and back into the Boom Road. For a completion of 2 laps, they will head from there straight down towards the city. And the race will be finishing in front of Mirab. So viewers can, if they want to watch the finish of the race, I would say after this, the first lap, get ready, start make your way out to Mirab to watch the finish of the race. Andrew, I'm excited also for the male race coming up. That race will be starting at 1 o'clock. So for the guys that went out and sleep late this morning, you have enough time to get out to the male race, which will start at 1 o'clock today.
Dave, as you mentioned, there was a vicious attack by Tenille Campbell. She has opened a small gap. She's testing the legs. She realized that the Cubans are really trying to break her, but she's on the attack. And look at riders stretched all over the tarmac. Look at riders scrambling. A rider trying to get on the wheel of Tenille Campbell. Tenille Campbell is, as you know, is a world tour rider. I mean, she takes part in the female Tour de France. She recently returned from Kigali, Rwanda, where she represented Trinidad and Tobago, and she said here, today is my day, and she's laying down the law. Simone, like you mentioned earlier, you bought a bike, and the bike is sitting now because that's not for you, so you know how tough this event is, riding at this high pace. I mean, I don't think I could ride at 21 miles an hour, and these young ladies are showing the tenacity, the kudos to get out on the tarmac. They have some 70 miles to compete today, and they are lighting up the tarmac. I know the fans are loving it. All the Caribbean countries, they are Cuba, all the countries, the Spanish-speaking countries. We are not speaking Spanish, but just the excitement on the road, the riders, it's a great show.
I'm going to put in a shameless plug right now because the riders are heading down towards the international airport where they're going to be doing the lap and come back again on John Smith Road. And I just wanted to add that we have more than 13 direct connections to North America. So everybody from the diaspora who's watching at home, we have 13 ways for you to get here to our Philip Golson International Airport, as well as several one-day connections to the rest of the Caribbean. So, I mean, you can see the beauty of our country on display. There are very few countries that have as much lush greenery. And I want to comment about some of the tourism product that's on offer because we have beautiful reefs. As you know, Belize is home to the UNESCO World Heritage Site, which is our famous Blue Hole. But amongst other things, we have several explorable Mayan cities, ancient Mayan cities that you can come and see for yourself. And I know our minister loves to say it's one of the places that you could be on top of a Mayan ruin in the morning and then you could be diving one of the many islands or reefs in our archipelago. So it really is a wonderful experience, and we are so glad to be able to host over 60 athletes from the Caribbean, and not to mention the support teams, because we do know that a lot of support is here on the ground, and if perhaps both of you could share what type of preparation goes into the event, the role of the support teams. And we do see a lot of cars on the road. I mean, yesterday for the international time trials, could you guys break down for some of the viewers at home what goes into the roles of the supporting team that are here today?
Absolutely. Well, as you guys quite rightfully say, Andrew did say how difficult cycling is, right? So it needs a lot of support, and one of the key support would be servicing. So for these riders out there, they're expending a lot of energy, burning a lot of calories. So what they need is a dedicated service vehicle. So each country will have a dedicated service vehicle with service personnel. Within that service vehicle, you'll have a race director who will be directing their athletes to get the best possible results. There would typically a mechanic as well, Simone, for any emergency fixes on the road. So that's kind of what you have from a service personnel. There's tons of hydration and also nutrition to keep these riders fueled up. Fueled up for the attacking, because as we can see, this race is on fire, Andrew. Look at this, and I was expecting this. There's some tailwind here, so it's a fast section of the road, and it seems like they're bringing the race. Tennille Campbell is up front, very active. So is Laurie Sharp. Yeah, there's a little lull right now, but there'll be another attack shortly. What are you seeing, Andrew?
Yes, full of excitement. And Simone, I invite fans to come out and cheer on the ladies. Like I said, this is a massive event for the country of Belize hosting the Caribbean Cycling Championship. Like I mentioned, I spoke to some of the riders, and they are happy to be here in Belize. I have traveled to various of the nation. I've been to Dominican Republic, Bermuda, Barbados. They experience similar climate like Belize, so it's not hard for these young ladies. As you see, one of the riders is raising for service.
Two of them are raising for service at this point. Dominican Republic, as well as I think that is Tennille riding for Trinidad and Tobago. Cuba is also now asking for service, so the race is getting to them a little bit. It's gonna begin to separate the ones, because racing is also about survival techniques, right?
Right. So you have to nutrition, like drinking your water, your Gatorade, eating, making sure you got your gels, everything. You have to. It's like a car. You have to top it up with your gas. You can't run without gas. And so these riders, they actually have to have meals and wheels. I mean, imagine we go to a restaurant and sit and eat to full of stomach, but they are burning at the same time, and they have to put in back. If you see the amount of nutrition these cyclists consume in a race, it's amazing. A normal human being can consume that amount of food and liquid, because you keep burning, and they are racing at a very high pace, so they need all the nutrition. So it's a war on the tarmac.
Yes, and Andrew, speaking of that, look who is on the front. Gabriela Arnell is on the front. Like I said earlier, she was being very conservative. Now she realized that this is probably a selection that's probably going to go through lap number 2. And on the way out of lap number 2, I would expect a very smaller selection as well. Tennille Campbell, I'm a little concerned. She's been doing a lot of work. Laurie Sharp is riding a little conservative as well as Gabriela Arnell. Gabriela Arnell is starting to push a pace and perhaps looking for that separation that she needs. She's not as fast, she said, as the sprinters, so she probably wants to win, from a small breakaway and then some type of a solo run. That would probably be her strategy, and that is kind of playing out for her. But it looks like an exciting race. As it gets a little older, the race will become a little bit more exciting. Riders will start feeling the distance, start feeling the temperatures out there. The length of the race will be getting to them. Looks like the riders off the front there, Andrew.
Yes, of course. Trying to make out if it's a Cuban rider. It is.
Yes.
It is a Cuban rider, and like I mentioned,
Lianis Mesa Silveira is out front.
And so, like I mentioned, they have the numbers. They will use their numbers to try to break Laurie Sharp and Tennille Campbell, who they know are dangerous. They watched the result yesterday. They see who are their tough components, and so they are definitely trying to break these ladies. By the domestic going out, they are forcing Tanil to come out, forcing Laura Sharp to come out, and that will burn up their energy, and then they will have their main rider sitting in and then eventually try to attack and come in solo.
I would definitely like at this time, because I saw a glimpse of them on the camera, and although they are not up front, the Belizean ladies are still in the race, and this will be the very first Caribbean Elite Road Championship that are under their belt. So at this time, we still need to come out and show our support so that we encourage them to the finish line, because this is not an easy task today, ladies and gentlemen. This is definitely a test of endurance. We have very experienced ladies here competing on our road today, and we are seeing the performance of the Cuban, the Dominican Republic, the Jamaican, the lady that's represented from Trinidad and Tobago, Miss Tanil Campbell. So we are seeing dominance and female dominance on the road this morning, and I just want everybody to know that we will be finishing strong in this race, and we will have all of our ladies cross that finish line today. So I definitely am proud of the performance being put in by Team Belize today, and we can look forward to the champions. I mean, the Chavarria blood is running strong, and we are eager to see that demonstration later today in the men's race.
Absolutely. And Andrew, looks like, is it the Cuban rider that's off the front?
Yes.
Just a 5-second gap, so nothing too significant. However, at this stage of the race, it's definitely putting a pressure, like you said, on the favorites. Now, the favorites do not have any team members there to work as domestique for them, so they will have to take up the chase. So Tanil will be looking at Lori, Lori will be looking at Tanil, and they'll be looking at Gabriela. To me, Gabriela is not interested in chasing. She's interested in perhaps making a selection and then working with that selection. But this rider is probably going to get caught. It looks like the Dominican rider was up there in front and taking up a chase there, because they have two riders in the peloton. Andrew?
Well, all these countries want to medal today and show their nation that they came here to win or to get medals. So you will find out that other teams will come and work together to try to even out things with the Cubans. And like Tanil Campbell, she won't allow a break to get too far, because you don't want a rider to go a minute down the road and have to chase. So you will keep them manageable. They will give them a few seconds gap, close that gap, and maybe have the assistance of other countries to help them work along to try to contain the Cubans.
Yes, absolutely. So again, it is back together, Andrew, back together. We are just about less than a half a mile or so to the airport road, where we'll be taking a right turn and then a left onto the John Smith Road. So there we go again. There's another attack by Tanil Campbell, putting on the pressure, applying pressure there. Tanil Campbell.
There's one rider out front.
One rider, yep. So they'll be making it right here. This is a tricky part of the road as well. So there's usually Simone and Andrew some crosswinds and so forth as you take a right turn here. So let's see what happens.
Yeah. So the riders are on. They have completed one lap of the circuit. It's a 30-mile circuit, one lap, and it's on fire. We can see all the riders, who want to get a medal in hot pursuit. So we are on the airport road. We make a left onto the John Smith Road, and then we head all the way up to the roundabout at the George Price Highway. We turn onto the George Price Highway and make our way around again and do this. And then at the final lap, we head all the way to where we are at the Mirror Building. So it will definitely be a monster. I mean, it's already getting so exciting. In here is cool, but we can still feel the heat of the excitement of the race.
Absolutely, and we're passing the Philip Coulson International Airport.
That is so shamelessly plugged a while ago.
Yes.
Just gonna say we have more than 13 flights out of North America to Belize and several connections to the Caribbean. So please, after witnessing the event on the road today and hearing more about our beautiful country, make that trip.
Absolutely. You can make it to see some of our great tourist attractions and destinations, or come and ride the beautiful roads, as far as being a cyclist. But look, the race is on, Andrew. Is that Gabriela Arnold up front, attacking, Cuba responding. Tennille Campbell is kind of sitting in there. But you notice a dynamic change as the mileage that we're covered, that the ladies are covering, change as well. So they started out with a relaxed pace, and then a couple of riders get detached as the pace picked up, maybe 10 miles into the race, and another 5 or so miles into the race. Some riders were testing each other's legs. You had a couple of small breakaways, but now a lot of these riders are actually looking at, perhaps this is the second lap, looking at making that final selection. So you'll see the pace up quite a bit. And what are your thoughts, Andrew?
Yes, as the race gets older, fatigue starts to step in. You're feeling the effect of the climate is getting hotter. The sun is, it's getting hotter. Suffering. The attacks will take toll on your legs, and your whole body is screaming. And I say, man, what am I doing out here? But just for the glory of the race, they do their best to try to stay in contact. And Tennille Campbell at this moment is laying down the lash. We are just on the John Smith Road, just about to cross over the bridge, and these girls are flying, man. It's definitely a after one lap, the average speed is 22.1 miles, and also it actually got picked up. So this that as the race progresses, it's getting harder, and so I think the Cubans and they are trying to stretch this race, but Tennille Campbell is having none of it. Tennille Campbell is laying down the law.
Absolutely. Well, she is here to win. That's her goal, right? She definitely is here to win. She said she's not probably in the best peak condition, but she's very comfortable and confident in kind of what she's expecting to do. As well as not only the top 3 riders will get medals here, but the top 4 will qualify for the Central American Games. So this is a qualifier.
Okay, so actually we are hearing right now it is Bernice Paul, rider number 28, that is in the lead, and she has a 10-second gap. I did mention to you guys that she was one to watch on the road as well, but I mean, even though we're calling all the names, it appears as if we're calling all the names today, because every single lady here today is definitely one to watch. We have the more experienced riders sitting in the middle of the peloton. We're waiting to see when they will jump out as well, but this is anybody's race at this point in time.
Yeah. So this is very good for Tennille, because when you have, especially have Miss Paul out front, the Cubans will be forced to try to close that gap. And then other riders that have, because we have 4 teams, 4 countries that have single riders. We have, of course, we have Jamaica, we have Trinidad and Tobago, we have Bermuda and Guadeloupe, right? And the rest are
Cubans.
Well, Cubans have 4 and Dominican have 2. So with Miss Paul out front, it will force the Cubans to start to chase, but definitely a war today. The tarmac is definitely hit up.
Yes, absolutely, Andrew. It looks like the Cubans are starting to pay a little bit for some of the early work that they were doing. Remember, a couple of the riders were off solo. Whenever you are riding off the front of a race solo, that takes so much effort. Simone and Andrew, and you have to have a kind of a recovery time there, and if you're not recovered properly, then you can't sustain the high effort. So it looks like the Cubans are perhaps paying a little bit for those early efforts, but seems like Bernice Paul will be caught and they will be back together again. We've been saying that quite a bit, which like you said earlier, there's been this race is so dynamic, a lot of moving parts, but they're testing each other out, and it's an exciting race to watch.
Yeah, it's like a chess game. You have to know when to make the correct move. One faulty move, and you'll pay dearly for it. And each of these young ladies are, paying keen attention. Cuba is doing a very good thing right now. Their riders are at the back trying to recover for, this is a final lap they will do, and then they will head to the city where the race will come to its conclusion. So at this moment, with the other riders chasing, Cuba is sitting down, and hopefully they can take their rider to the finish. But it's all up for grab, and like I said, everybody wants to win this race, to take that medal home to their country. So it will definitely be a lot more excitement before the race concludes.
Definitely an exciting race today. If this is any precursor to the men's race, we'll have a great day here in the studios, and the viewing public will have an even better day because they'll get to see it and watch it live, Andrew. But I'm actually surprised a little bit that we have 10 riders together at this point in the race. I thought by now perhaps Tennille Campbell, Laurie Sharp, Gabriela Arnold, a couple of the Cubans might have made a selection. It was what I thought, but it seems like these riders are pretty well matched right now. I think because Laurie and Tennille were doing a lot of work earlier on, it may have brought them down to perhaps the other riders. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's true. Whenever a cyclist it doesn't matter how great a cyclist is, constant attacking and on the front will definitely take its toll. And so you will definitely need to pay attention. Like we said, the Cubans are a part of this thing. They have 4 riders. They have the numbers, and so they will help control the race. So I think Tennille was trying to testing their legs, like we said, testing the deep waters and see who will be victim. But it is cycling. Your opponent never know what condition you're in, and I believe that all these young ladies knew the distance, knew the terrain, knew what to expect in such a grueling event. No, Dee?
Yes, I'm pretty impressed actually with the Cuban riders too. They are riding phenomenal. They're bringing this race to the favorites, Andrew and Dave. We had a couple of them again off the front just now, and they were forcing Tennille to react to that, which she did. So they're very active. And again, just a quick rundown. We have 4 Cuban riders. We have 2 from the Dominican Republic. Guadeloupe is represented. Bermuda is represented. Trinidad and Tobago, and again Jamaica with Laurie Sharp. Dave, you've had a different vantage point there for a few minutes. What are your thoughts? What are you seeing?
Yes, I'm a little concerned about Tennille Campbell, and she's using up a whole lot of energy in this first part of the race. I'm concerned about that, knowing that the Cuban riders have the number. We have Dominican riders there that they're sitting there quietly. Also, you have Laurie Sharp. If you notice, they're not doing no kind of work. They're just sitting in. So that's a concern for me. They are already aware that Tennille Campbell is one of the strongest riders in the race. So if you notice, whenever she go off the front, everybody join up together and just trying to keep her intact. But this race will start shaping as soon as they get back to the Philip Goldson Highway. There's a lot of riding still left, but knowing that this is the final lap, after this lap, they're coming and finish in front of Mirab. So they already covered over like 33, 34 miles. So I'll look to see what takes place in the next 5 to 10 miles. But right now, riders are start feeling it, and they basically everybody have an idea of actually what they're up against. So this is where the team strategy will come in. If you notice Laurie Sharp making a move off the front now, the stronger riders will start make their way up front as the race get older. So I look to see a break get established anytime soon.
Yeah, they have, like you mentioned, Tennille Campbell is a mark. She's a target. She has a bullseye on the back of her back because they realize she is the strongest in the peloton, and they will try to break her, and so they will mark her. So all the riders will sit on her wheel, and she will have to try to fight. She's on the attack now. She's about to cross over to Laurie Sharp. It's all out war, guys. It's all out war on the John Smith Road at this moment. Laurie Sharp up front, and in hot pursuit we have Tennille Campbell and another rider. A small separation, folks. A small separation. Let us see if this will stick. They are prying open the gap. It seems like somewhere around about a few seconds. The Dominican, the Cuban or Dominican pulling off as the 3 riders riding away.
Andrew, this can be a move. This can be one of the defining moves because we have some of the favorites here. Laurie Sharp, we have Tennille Campbell, and we have Gabriela Arnold. So those are the names that we have been calling. We have 6 riders in the back and 4 in the front. We're missing another rider. So it's Tennille Campbell, Lori Sharp, Gabriela Arnold.
And one of the Cubans, because there's 3 Cubans at the back.
And one of the Cubans.
So one of the Cubans made it across.
So this is a dangerous move. This can be the move. The other thing to highlight as well, although it's the women's race, it's actually women's elite and under 23. So we have Dave, that the under 23 podium is still open.
Right.
There are 4 riders competing for 3 positions in there under 20 and under 23. So it's anyone's race at this point.
Yeah, Andrew, like I was saying earlier, the Cuban, if you notice, 3 countries have a ride up front. Usually the way that works, that once you have a ride up front, if it's not your main rider, you sit back. That's a very strong move that we just witnessed, because Larry Sharp being up front, you know she have it in her. She have the experience, she have the resume, she's the defending champion. I will look to see what take place, but they cannot allow that break to get established. Those girls up front are definitely capable of running the rest of this race. So let's see what takes place. But if you notice, they're going much faster, Andrew. Like you said, the race, the pace lifted because right now they have actually a tailwind in the John Smith Road that will take them over to the Philip Wilson Highway. Will have a headwind.
So at this moment, the 4 riders up front are prying open the gap, and what's going through the mind of Tennille Campbell and Lori Sharp is saying here what? We have separated we have separated the 3 other Cubans from their rider. So we'll take the chance, we'll take her out there in deep waters and try to throw her overboard, right? But at this moment, it's definitely a war for the medals. 4 riders up front, only 3 riders get the medal because it's what? Gold, silver, and bronze. So as you see, the gap have pried open, folks. This is all out war here on the John Smith Road as we head into the George Price Highway. Let us see what unfolds today. A beautiful day here in the country of Belize. We want to encourage all the fans to share the live, tune in, come out, support. You know, we know all the countries from the Caribbean are tuning in on this beautiful day. Guys, we are cool here in this nice building here at Mirab, but out there is all out war. We can see Tennille Campbell, we can see Lori Sharp, we can see the Cuban. Do you know that Cuban?
Number 47, Andrew.
It's the
Evelyn Diaz Matos.
So there's 4 riders up front. You have rider number 4, number 8, number 47, and number 1.
Yeah, so these are the favorites that we had talked about. Tennille Campbell, Gabriela Arnold, Lori Sharp, and Evelyn Diaz Matos. This break will definitely stick. The reason why this break will stick is the favorites are here, and the Cuban, who have the firepower, has a rider. So they will sit up. This will be left to the Dominican Republic. They have 2 riders. However, here's the thing, Andrew, why they're not going to take up the chase. One of their rider is competing as a U23. So you have a U23 there, and you have the other U23 there as well. So they'll be basically fighting their own battle in the chase. So I think the winner will come from this group.
And I believe all these ladies were on the podium. So we have the gold, the silver, and the bronze medals in the elite are there. And then we have the gold medalist for the U23, right? Is there? I believe that the Cuban was the U23 that won yesterday's time trial. So it's these are all heavy hitters.
And I was saying, we were talking about it, Andrew, that the time trial race usually set the tone for the road race and actually give you an idea who the strongest riders are. I mean, these are female that's capable of running 20 miles, because yesterday you saw the kind of pace they did in the time trial, all without no help. So they cannot, like I said, allow this to become established. If you notice, they're still trying to pry open the gap, because you see they're very intense in the pace line. They're sharing and they're working together. They're trying to say, you know what, it's 3 prizes. If we stay up front, one of us might not get a prize, but right now 3 of us will. So they will definitely put pressure on the back. Like you said, the work is left up to the Dominican, and they don't really have to chase, because there's a prize for them also. So I think that's what we'll see happening here. But still, I don't want to go yet and call it. But as we've seen how races are, still a lot of racing left. So let's see what this is.
Unless there's some mechanical, the race is pretty much over. And here's the dynamic why the race is over. 4 riders in the front, right? Each of those 4 riders will qualify for the Central American games.
Okay.
So they are all motivated to ride, and that's why they're working like my good host says all the time, like a well-oiled chain. If you notice, I guarantee you their average speed in the front is faster than the guys in the back. Here's another reason why they'll stay away, because the Cubans, they're all under 23 riders. That's in the back. Okay, the Dominican Republic, they've got 2 riders there as well, Dave, and those riders are both under 23 as well. So now they'll be fighting for the top 3 under 23 in the back. There's absolutely no motivation for them to chase because they don't want to sacrifice their position.
The Cuban rider is very much impressing me in this race. If you know, she was the rider that was running earlier solo on the boom road. And she get caught, and now there's a a breakaway of 4, and she's one of them, and she's going around the pace line. That tells me that she's a very strong rider.
And so everybody here will get a medal. I mean, you have the 3 elite rider plus the 1 U23 rider.
No, she's not. There are 4 elite riders.
There's 4 elite. Okay, I thought that was
number 47 is an elite Cuban.
Okay, it's an elite Cuban. Okay, but Kaya had told me that she's very dangerous.
But they're motivated because they all...
riders?
Number 47, the Cuban.
Dave and Andrew.
She's showing it. Because like I said, she was in a solo break. She dropped back, recovered, got some drink, and the main break is firm, and she's right there. And going around, it's not like she's just sitting down. One of the things I want to point out, it's the riding style of these international riders compared to our riding style. If you notice, when a break is firm, there is no sitting. Everybody just go through the pace line. Exactly, they share the pace line, and that's one of the things I notice about international racing when they compare to us. Sometimes we tend to want to lag behind. If you notice the 4 riders, they're going around in one straight pace line, and like you said earlier, Andrew, the four of the riders will be if this break stick, they will be able to go to the Central American and Caribbean games. So everybody up front here have some to gain from this break.
Absolutely. One of the riders I am still impressed with is Lori Sharp. Now, she's been in Belize before. Look at her on her bike. Very, very comfortable, well fitted. Her cadence is smooth. She has been the rider, I think, that's been reacting to a lot of the moves just instinctively, which tells me, Dave and Andrew, she's feeling good today. Lori is having a good day today. I think she's in great spirits from that 2nd place silver medal in the individual time trial yesterday. And here again is Tennille Campbell on the pace, raising the pace. Andrew?
Yeah. I had a short interview with Lauren this morning, and remember, guys, she's recovering from a nasty accident she suffered. She was hit while training, and she had a fractured, I don't know, collarbone or something like that, but she's back. She rode yesterday, she rode her heart out, she got the silver, and now she's committed. She wants to remain as the champion, the gold medalist, and so that's rushing into her mind. You know, I want to repeat, and so she will give her all. And I could tell you guys, it won't come down to a sprint. The race will break up close to the finish. There will be attacks because I know that they don't want to bring the Cuban to the line, so they will definitely attack. And so I can go and say there will be a solo winner today. What do you think?
Too early to call. But what I notice also, the 4 riders that are up front, I'm watching their cadence and the efficiency, their pedaling style. Nobody seems to be struggling right now. Everybody's being efficient. Everybody coming around, taking up the load of the work. So that's a good sign for them up front, and a bad sign for the ones that's chasing. So DW might be right that we might be seeing the front of the finish of the race right there.
Yeah, Dave, I think this is the front of the race. I don't think the chase group will get back. They're not motivated based on the configuration of the chase group. Everything would be left up to the rider from Guadeloupe, which is Bernice Paul. She's the elite rider that's left back there, and it's impossible for her to be able to close that gap. So I don't see anyone coming back to these 4 ladies. And again, it's funny how the dynamic of cycling is. When you're motivated and there's something in it for when there's something in it for you, you tend to want to work more, and you're committed. And like you were saying, all these ladies in the front, they're working together like a well-oiled chain, taking their turn in the front. Next rider up. But again, from this break, I am very impressed with Lori Sharp. She looks very smooth. The Cuban rider was struggling actually earlier in the race. Remember, she was getting tailed off a little bit every time the pace picked up, and she had to come back on. So that tells me perhaps she wasn't feeling as well early on, which happens, and now she's actually feeling well because she went out there and attacked solo through the boom road, and now she's up there working, very, very hard. But this is the front of the race, guys. Early predictions?
Yeah, so we have the 4 riders approaching mile 11, and we can see the group at the back somewhere around just past mile 10, heading towards mile 11. So the gap is probably somewhere around about 35 seconds or so. I'm not sure. I'm just using from eyeballing it. And you can see these riders at the back. There's no interest in, you can see the pedaling style. They don't have that hard pacing. They're freewheeling while the group is, you can see the group is way ahead. So the 4 riders at the front getting the neutral service there to service them. I see Tenley Campbell put up her hand just now for service. But definitely, we are very experienced in saying what the result will be. But these 4 riders will be the riders that will contend for the medals.
Yeah, the Cuban, and also the Cuban is actually dictating the race. So because the Cuban is not lifting in the chase group, everybody is still just sitting, and so the lead group is very efficient, and they're trying to pry open the gap as much as possible, and to give themselves a chance to, because they already know if there are 4 of us, 1 of us can win it. So they will definitely work together, and if they continue to be disorganized in the chase group, they won't make it across, and so a winner probably might be coming right from that 4 female breakaway.
At this moment, you can see Tenley Campbell again on the front, driving the pace. She said, "Girls, let's go. This is medal. We all will get medal here. I mean, well, we have the best chance of getting medal here." So she's dictating the pace. There's Lori Sharp and the other 2 riders, and they're definitely going for it. The Cuban, a small gap to the Cuban rider. I'm not sure if she's been left or she's spelling a high cadence, a small gap, but she closes the gap to the 3 riders. So guys, very exciting day today. I mean, we ask fans to come out, support, cheer on the riders. We have a full day of cycling. It's all out war on the tarmac. Man, this is wild. This is crazy. This is totally awesome, guys.
Exciting. This has been an exciting race, and I like how it plays out as the miles and kilometers get ticked off. But this is the final selection, folks. The winner will definitely come from this group. I am predicting that the 3 riders that were on the podium yesterday will be on the elite podium as well today in the women's road race. So it just depends on where they'll be placed, whether it's gold, silver, or bronze. But the one thing I can tell you is that each rider from here will qualify for the Central American Championship. So that alone is a great motivation for him to work together, Dave.
Guys, at this moment, I would love you to give thanks to the people making this possible. I mean, we have to big up the sponsors. They definitely make it possible. We have the team behind the scene. We have to big them up. I mean, it's a beautiful race. The fans are getting a show. They are seeing it pedal by pedal. So you have the names of the sponsors.
Yes. So we want to shout out for Kopaki, Caribbean Cycling Union, BTB, Atlantic Bank, Development Finance Corporation, National Bank of Belize, Central Bank of Belize, the Police Department, Belize City Council, M&M, BEL, and Institute of Creative Arts. We want to thank them for making this possible. Andrew, as people are not aware that this is a very expensive investment and in cycling for our country, for the region, and Belize is more than glad to be the host of this race. It's historic for us because it's the first time we're doing something like this in Belize. And so we want to thank our sponsor, the Minister of Sports, make this possible, the hard work that people put in behind the scene that people don't say about. So yeah, we want to thank them, and hopefully we can see more of this in Belize in the future. So yes.
Yes, there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes. A whole lot of people are involved to make this possible. And you know, we have to give them their flowers. You know, people tend to watch the end result and say, "Oh, we love it," but there's so much goes on behind the scenes, and so we definitely have to say a big thank you to each and every one who make it possible. At this moment, we can see the lead group. It's Tenille Campbell on the pace, laying down the law, being followed by Laurie Sharp, the Cuban, what's the name of the Cuban again?
Evelyn Diaz.
Evelyn
Diaz Matos.
Yeah, Matos. And rather from Bermuda.
Yeah.
In the likes of Gabriela Arnold.
Just a quick take. You notice the Bermudan rider, she's very quiet, nothing, just sitting there. I would say the rest of the riders have to be careful. She's just sitting there. She's a strong rider, and she's right there. She's not doing a lot of lifting. She's going around in the pace line, but early in the race, you notice she wasn't doing no attack. She was just sitting, and now she's in the break. So, and as we know in this region, Bermuda produced some of the strongest riders. You notice yesterday in the male individual time trial, they had 2 riders. They got actually gold and silver yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. Like you said, but out of the favorites, in my opinion, Gabriela was riding the most conservative early on, and we caught that. And I said when there was a break established, she will be towards the front of the race. I do like Laurie Sharp as well. She has been sharp today, reacting to all the right moves. Of course, pun intended. Tenille Campbell is the director of this break. She is not letting anyone sit on or getting a free ride. She's making sure everyone is riding. And what that tells us, Andrew, from our experience, Andrew and Dave, is that she feels like she has an opportunity to win, and she doesn't want another rider to gain an opportunity on her by not working. So she's forcing and making sure everyone is taking their turn. Just to bring the viewers up to date as far as who is there and who is chasing. So again, number 1, Jamaica is there, Laurie Sharp. Gabriela Arnold, number 4, Bermuda, she is there as well. We have and this is the lead group, obviously. We have Evelyn Diaz Matos, she is there, and we have Tenille Campbell from Trinidad and Tobago. Who are in the chase? Bernice Paul from Guadeloupe, Flor Espirito Santo Esteves from Dominican Republic. She's a women's under 23. Yameli Perez Vega Malsi, Dominican Republic as well. She's in the chase group. Lianis Mesa Silveira, she is from Cuba. She is in the chase group. Karim Martinez Dominguez, and also Iseli Rodriguez Orquiza. They are there from Cuba.
Also, just to update, Gabriela Arnold from Bermuda Landing, she was a silver medalist yesterday.
Yes.
No, she was a bronze medalist yesterday, individual female time trial. So you have basically a strong showing right there at the front. So look to see, like you said, I don't see this race coming back we might be seeing the front of the race unless something drastically changed, and that is based just on the way if you notice the 4 girls, they're sharing the pace line and they're going around very efficiently.
Dave, not to cut you off, Dave, it looks like the rider from Guadeloupe, Bernice Paul, is making a break for it, Andrew.
Yes, Bernice Paul, yes, she is in hot pursuit. She's in a time trial mode. She's trying to close the gap to the 4 lead riders. Bernice Paul, yes, she is laying down the law. She said, you know something, it's now or never. She has broken clear of the chasing group, and she's looking back, but she's committed. She is in hot pursuit of the 4 lead riders.
I wonder if we can get a time gap between the lead group, the 4 lead riders, and then the chase group, and also the remainder of the peloton. And Andrew, I figured this would happen because there's no motivation for the other riders. Remember, they have medals there, right? They have the under 23 medals. Right. So there's no motivation for them to chase. So Bernice Paul was looking around for help. Help's not going to come from anywhere. You're in deep waters without any help. So
and this is actually the last lap, and you're going towards the Philip Colson Highway. And we probably, we maybe have some, 6 miles, 4 miles into the Barrel Boom, or heading towards the Hattieville. roundabout still.
Looking at the monitor, it seems that the lead group is passing mile 14, and
which is Grants Farm.
And then
Bernice Paul
is somewhere around 13 and a half. She's just about to go on the curve, so she probably be off about 20-25 seconds or so behind the lead group.
So she can possibly bridge across.
Yep.
And if she bridges across, now it's a new dynamic because you have 5 riders chasing 3 medals and 4 qualifying spots. So that changed things up. That can cause some disruption because a rider will be left out now. So who's going to be motivated to participate in this breakaway? What an exciting race, guys.
And this is shaping up so fast because you're talking about some 28 miles of riding still left, which is not a lot of ride. We start off with 70 miles, and so they're down to what? They cover over 40 some miles. So, yeah, I'm looking to see if the lead group get this organized. Right now, I see everybody is efficient. For that lead, the leader that's trying to make that her way across is going to be difficult because she don't have a help. And I'm sure once Lori Sharp and these other girls here, they definitely will pick it up. So I look to see what will happen. If she make her move, she got to do it now between here and till they get across the Philip Coast, where the wind will change.
We just saw Gabriela Arnold from Bermuda came off the pace immediately. Tenley Campbell, and so they are working like a well-oiled chain, guys. There was Larry Sharp on the pace. So, like we said, the Tenil is the driver of the bus. She's telling them, girls, let's go. We have to march, and you can see they are rotating. They are staying about 10 seconds or so on the pace and pulls off, and then the other rider pick up the pace. So definitely working as a team, as a unit.
Yep. Just witness a smooth service there by Lori Sharp, not missing a pedal stroke at all, tossing that empty bottle and getting a filled bottle with nutrients, which she will need, Dave. That's the other thing. It's funny. You got to pick up on these little things here, which you guys cyclists know exactly. If you can do that efficiently, you're not burning any energy, and you are getting the energy that you'll need down the road. If another rider, for example, Gabriela Arnold, had to drop back significantly for service, and then she had to chase back. So little things like that. Dave, talk about those little things and how they might play an impact later on in the race.
So basically, you want to conserve as much energy as possible. There's rules in these races that your service vehicle only could come up so far. So what you want to do, you want to make sure that when you're receiving any kind of service, your vehicle is not too far off. What happens sometimes, some riders panic and they kind of lull off the back of the peloton, and then there's a big gap, and so they have to make up a big chase. Now, if you notice that change just now when she get that service, like you say, was efficient. The vehicle was not too far off. She picked it up. The other riders didn't get to see what take place. She get back right up and continue in the pace line. So that's what you look for. And it's much easier getting it done with 4 riders compared to whether it's 10 or 15 riders, especially if you're on the back. So what I'm seeing here, that everything up front in this lead group is working perfectly well right now for them.
Yeah, the 4 riders are on the Boom Hattieville Road, and Bernice Paul is about to make her way towards the roundabout at Hattieville. So the gap seems to remain almost the same. See Bernice Paul just about to reach the roundabout, while the 4 riders just crossed the bump heading towards that curve before we reach Her Majesty's Prison. So there's Paul in hot pursuit.
Yeah, Andrew, I was going to say, although she made a great effort to get away from the original chase group, what are your thoughts? You think she's going to be able to bridge over to the...
Looking at her pedaling style, she's definitely suffering. She's not as fluent as first, and the gap definitely seems to be opening on her, because that definitely, she's just hitting the roundabout. So 1 versus 4, she will definitely pay for her for her effort. So the gap is 1 minute and 21 seconds to 1 minute and 21 seconds, 26 seconds, 1 minute and 26 seconds to Paul. So the gap is prime open. So she's definitely paying for her effort. And the 4 riders up front are working like a well-oiled chain. So 1 rider chasing for, she have to be a super great time trialist, and all the top time trialists are up front. So she's definitely, I don't see her making it back.
Yeah, she waited. It's a good move, but she waited a little bit too late. And as we speak, Tennille Campbell is laying down the law, like you said, Andrew, and again trying to make even a further separation.
Also, for the riders that are chasing, right now they're actually facing a headwind going towards the northern road, and that's why you see that they put a gap on her, because she don't have a help. She's trying to come across all alone. What she could have done, which would have been hard, is trying to get someone to come and help her share the pace, at least to get her up front. But she don't have no team members to do that. And that's the advantage when you have team members in the races, that in something like that occur, you have the help that you needed. And if you notice, like you said earlier, I called it earlier, right now, the girl from Bermuda, the female from Bermuda, be careful. Well, she's looking very strong.
You see what happened, right?
And she was the bronze medalist yesterday also.
But look what happened. So there's a little gap that opened up. It was Laurie Sharp in the back and the young lady from Bermuda, Gabriela Arnold. And she looked over at Laurie, probably said, "What are you gonna do?" Laurie said nothing, and she attacked Laurie, went straight off the front, and put her in a little bit of predicament. So something is going on here right now. The race is heading towards the last part of the race, and Laurie, I don't know if she's starting to feel it or not, or this is a part of her tactic, is maybe to sit on a little bit. She still looks smooth pedaling style, but she's not participating in the breakaway any longer. Perhaps she understands that maybe they'll not get caught, and she's riding for the win. What do you think?
Exactly. So what happened? They all have got the information, the gap that they have on the second group, and they realize that now it's every woman for themselves, and so they are each playing through their mind, I want that medal, and so they are testing legs. You see Tennille attacks, and she checks who is closing the gap, and each rider will test the other rider, and then eventually, like I mentioned, it won't come down to a sprint. There will definitely be separation. It will be a solo rider coming across the line.
So what I see also is that once the break become established, then riders, different things, like if you're a sprinter or if you're a pacer, riders that are sprinters tends to want to conserve more energy and work less. Riders that are pacer, they're trying to get rid of you. So I think that's what's happening there. They probably say, you know what, you're faster than me, I can allow you. So if you know Laurie is actually riding that way. She's riding defensive right now to try to conserve energy and try to make a push to come to the line solo. She's not the fastest finisher, so she's definitely trying to, we call it in Belize, dodge.
Yeah. Well, at this moment, Tennille Campbell called for her service, but at the same time, she's getting coaching from her service crew. So she's asking, what to do. These guys are paying attention, and you probably get, they probably give her and say that it's time to attack or pay attention and wait for later on. But all riders are watching each other like hawks. Man, this will definitely go down in history as a beautiful race. Like I said, the folks, the cyclists said they love Belize. They want to come back to race to Belize. So big thanks to everyone who made this possible. It's history in the making, Belize hosting a beautiful event, the Caribbean Cycling Championship, which have garnered a whole lot of attention.
Andrew, I don't know what Tennille Campbell is thinking or Laurie Sharp, but I can tell you what Gabriela Arnold and number 47 is thinking. And they're thinking, those guys are faster than me and us. Let's get up the road and figure out who's going to get gold medal. So that's definitely what they're thinking. And they're looking back and they're seeing a gap being open and they're trying to extend that gap. So they are committed to riding this race from the front, guys. What do you think?
Like I said, Gabrielle Arnold have that type of capability. She was a bronze medalist in the individual time trial yesterday. If you notice, Andrew, when she go on the front, the pace lift real high, and she put gap and Laurie and the other rider. So, and like I said earlier, I'm concerned about Tennille Campbell. She burned up a lot of energy early in the race trying to get rid of the field, or I don't know if she was trying to go solo, or if she was just trying to separate herself. But if you notice right now, Laurie have her doing the work right now to try to bridge that small gap.
Folks, Laurie Sharp have cracked. that huge surge by Tenille Campbell have put a gap between herself and Laurie Sharp in a whole lot of trouble. She's seen that gold medal disappearing from her. Tenille Campbell is riding across to the two riders. OMG, this is a all-out war. This is total excitement here on the Boom Hatfield Rock, folks. Guys, I mean, it's cool in here, but I'm feeling the heat. I'm feeling the excitement. As you see, Tenille Campbell have made the contact. She rode over easy to the two riders. So I tell you, Tenille Campbell is here to take both medals.
And this is an exciting race. This is an exciting race. Look, we have 3 women up front, 3 medals at stake. We have the Cuban, we have the lady from the Bahamas, or I'm sorry, from Bermuda, and we have Tenille Campbell from Trinidad and Tobago. I think Laurie Sharp, she was looking very well, but she made a crucial mistake, guys. When there was a gap open right around in the race there, she actually sat up and waited back with Tenille Campbell, and that was her mistake by allowing that gap to increase.
That was done. That was done on purpose. They already seen that Laurie wasn't doing no kind of lifting. And one thing about international races, once there's a break, you have to come around in the pace line and not going to allow that. So what she did, she was like, okay, well, I'll farm a gap. I'll use my speed to get across. And that's what we seen that played out right there. Now, you have, like I said, the Gabrielle Arnold. I love her pedaling style. I love the strength. She looks strong. She's efficient on her pedal. And like I said, whenever she go on the front, the pace get lifted. So this will be very interesting. And Joe, like you said, I'm excited. The gold, silver, and the bronze is on the road. Everybody, they have something, don't have none to lose, because they will get a medal if this break, and the way it looks, that this is the front of the race and this will be the finish of the race. So everybody have everything to gain here. So you'll see they start work together, and then later in the race, you'll see little attacks coming the last 5-10 miles of the race to try to establish a winner.
So like I mentioned, when Tenille Campbell went back to her service vehicle, that was purposely, she went back to get a few service, but at the same time, get the advice from her coach that said, listen, try to eliminate Laurie. Laurie is the defending champion. You can make it back. They see the pedaling style. She rode across, and she's straight on the pace. She's the driving force. She's telling the other girls, listen to me, we have gold, silver, and bronze here, and they are committed now. The 3 riders up front are committed. Tenille is driving the pace. She's laying down the law, and so Laurie Sharp she have her work cut out for her if she wants to make it back, if she wants to repeat as champion. And it seems that they are extending the lead. We'll try to get a time gap where Laurie Sharp is.
Yeah, we still have some roads to cover here, and the racing is not quite over. Perhaps Laurie sits up and wait for Bernice Paul, and maybe
work together.
They can work together and possibly come back to this group. Who knows if this group falls apart? They might stop working because they feel like someone has an advantage of winning the gold. Remember, the overall winner, that's where the glory is, right? Getting that gold medal. But this is a select group here. I am a little surprised to see Evelyn Diaz Matos as one of the 3 in the front. I thought maybe Laurie Sharp or Bernice Paul would have been there. In my opinion, I think Laurie made that mistake by letting that gap open. I think she should have just ride and pull through, not necessarily work Dave or Andrew, just pull through and get off the front to show the other riders that she's still participating, and perhaps later on down the road she might be feeling better. And also, I think Bernice Paul did the same mistake and got stuck with the under 23 riders. And now, because as you can see, she probably had the legs, she just made a little, in her strategy, she made a mistake, because if she didn't have the legs, she wouldn't have jumped out and tried to bridge that
gap. So one of the concerns also, Andrew, that you said earlier about Laurie Sharp having an accident, just so viewers know that in cycling or any sports, Andrew, that if you have an accident, especially if you have a bad injury, it actually takes a while to heal and recover, and maybe that might play a factor in this race.
It is, Dave. It is. We as cyclists, when you hit the pavement or if you get any kind of injury, your body takes a time to recover. And in her interview, she said she's not 100%, but she's a defending champion, and she came back to see. And so we have to give her kudos. We have to, give her flowers, because we all know as cyclists, this is when the body starts to feel all the aches and pains, your lungs is crying, your heart rate is up, you know, the muscles are getting fatigued. This is the where you take a lot of suffering, and it's the gold medal they are fighting for. So
yes.
Tenille is a very smart rider. She's a professional rider. She have ridden so many races amongst the best of the best. So she know what it is, and so she's encouraging them. They know that, you know, she's a very awesome rider, and so she is, like I said, driving the train at this moment. So Tenille Campbell, Miss Arnold, Gabrielle Arnold, and Miss Matos out front. 3 different nations: Trinidad and Tobago, Cuba, and Bermuda. I could imagine the fans, you know, from Trinidad, from Cuba, from Bermuda, they are all having their fingers crossed, wanting that medal. They will all get a medal, but the goal is the #1. That's what the countries want.
I remember 2 of these 3 women in the break had medals yesterday. So Campbell won the gold and Gabrielle Arnold won the bronze.
Absolutely.
So there's a lot at stake today.
Yes, it'd be a big finish for the Cuban, actually. She was second in their Cuban national road race. So, absolutely. So she, and as we know, Cuba has a lot of competition. So to be second in that race, she shows that she definitely has what it takes.
I must say this, right now it's very hard to make a prediction because yes, Terrell Campbell might be the favorite, but I'm watching the other 2 riders, the pelling stroke, their body language, and everybody still look very strong, and they are very much aware of what Terrell Campbell are capable of doing. So I will look to see what will take place in the next 5 to 10 miles. But right now, it's hard to pick a winner because 3 of them look real good on their bike. The Cuban, she was pelling a high cadence. Man, I mean, this is beautiful to watch. I like the way they're sharing the pace line, you know, everybody coming through. So this will be a very exciting finish, Andrew.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this, like Dave says, this is going to be an amazing finish. Do we need to take a break?
Yes, so yeah, as Dwayne was saying, it's 3 riders up front. We have a rider from Bermuda, rider from Cuba, and Campbell is from Trinidad.
Right.
From Trinidad, we have the gold medalist from the individual time trial yesterday. We have the bronze medalist from the time trial yesterday for the female, and we have the road champion from Cuba. So we have 3 women that is capable of winning this race today, and just so it's very hard. I don't know, what's your take?
We have, like we said, it's up in the air, but you know, with the experience of Tenille, I believe that she's the most experienced. What I notice about the Cuban, she's very short, so sitting behind Tenille, she gets a lot of sheltering, drafting. This is the word drafting, right? So let me explain to the fans. So drafting is very important, especially coming down to the final miles, or you you want to save as much energy as possible. And a tall rider like Tenille with the short rider sitting behind, it's like he's sitting behind a truck, right? You don't get a lot of wind, so you save some of your energy. But at this moment, they are all committed. We are through the Boom Mattiville Road, and the 3 riders can smell victory. And so Tenille is back at her service vehicle and getting advice, getting service, and they are speaking to her and giving her advice what to do. And I believe that Tenille will try to attack when we get closer to finishing.
Yes, that's what I said. If she is putting a position where she knows she's not the fastest rider in terms of the sprint, because most of the time, if you're the best sprinter, then you can take your chances and draw at the finish line. But if for some reason she feels like she cannot win it in the sprint, yes, she will definitely try and attack the other 2 riders. But like I said, Andrew, it's difficult to pick a winner just because 3 riders up there are capable of winning this race, and that's what we have going right now. We are probably 6 or 7 miles into the Boom Road, so we're actually 5 to 6 miles from the Philip Goldson Highway, where the riders will make a right into the Philip Goldson Highway. They will come down the Philip Goldson Highway, and the race will finish in front of Mirab. So if there are viewers that want to come watch it finish to the race, it will be finishing in front of Mirab. If you're driving, know that you won't able to get in. You might able to come up just to the roundabout, which is the smart roundabout, and able to walk across to the Mirab and DJ, where you're able to see the finish of the race.
Simone, welcome back. Simone, what are you seeing? What do you feel? I mean, you probably feel the excitement just as we are, seeing how these ladies are definitely hitting the tarmac, causing a whole lot of excitement to all the nations, all the fans.
I'm in the middle of a proud female moment right here because I'm seeing immense talents on display today, and if I didn't have a passion for cycling coming into this event, they have definitely evoked something in me because the heat is on. It's 10:35 and we know how hot it can get in Belize, and we have seen that evident in the amount of times they've called for servicing here on the road. But it is definitely a dynamic race. The display has been tremendous. I would definitely love to see who is left in the chase pack, because now we are looking at the women elite in top performance. We also have a strong contending category in the women's under 23, which is primarily dominated by the Dominican Republics and the Cubans. So I would love to see what kind of action is taking place in that pack. But the race has been beautiful. It's been on the road from 8 o'clock this morning, so it's 2.5 hours in, which means that it will be finishing in under 3.5 hours here in Belize. Very exciting time, really a historical moment. We get to witness firsthand what elite competition is like here in the region on our home soil. So that is what I am seeing here today, and I'm hoping that the public is feeling the same way that I am, as somebody who is not like the both of you, who are like born and bred in cycling.
Yes. The race is definitely taking shape. We're probably about 5 miles from the Philip Golson Highway, where they'll make a right and come all the way through and finish in front of Mirab. So you're talking about maybe 19 miles of racing left, which is very short. So yes, within the hour, we definitely will be seeing the finish. This race is averaging, 21 to 22 miles an hour. And so yes, the next hour they should be making their way.
So I received the time gap. So Laurie Sharp is 28 seconds behind the 3 lead riders. And the other young lady, what's her name again? From
Bernice Paul.
Bernice Paul is some 58 seconds behind. So the 3 lead riders, Tenny Campbell, Miss Matos, and Miss Arnold up front, Bermuda, Cuba, and Trinidad and Tobago. And if you notice, the 3 riders up front are working like a well-oiled chain. They realize the 3 medals are here: gold, silver, and bronze. We'll ride together, and then coming close to the finishing line, they will make the decision who will try to break away and get that gold medal. But folks, if you're not out here, you need to reach out here, cheer on the riders. It's exciting, a full day of cycling. Up next is the U23 and elite males. That will definitely be a larger field, a lot more excitement. I hope our voice hold out for the day, and the excitement builds here in Belize. Again, big up Belize for hosting the Caribbean Cycling Championship. So many fun cyclists, support people came in. They're staying at our hotels. They enjoy our hospitality. They have been treated well. They love the country. As a matter of fact, they say they will be back, Simone. They will be back to spend some dollars, and that's good for the tourism industry. It's sports tourism.
I hope they all tacked on like 1 or 2 extra days, because you cannot come this far into the Western Caribbean and not experience the beauty that Belize has to offer. It truly is a dynamic place in terms of our culture. We have so many mixed ethnicities. We speak so many languages. Our food is so very rich, because that's a word that we use here. And of course, the warm hospitality of our people is second to none. I want to take an opportunity to again thank all the stakeholders that are involved in making this event possible. Of course, we'd like to thank the Belize Tourism Board and the Honorable Minister Anthony Marlowe and the executive of Belize Board, because, I mean, at the presentation on Friday evening, we learned that cycling is very much a part of them. Director Evan Tillett, who is responsible for the Belize Tourism Board's role in it. We have the Belize Olympic and Commonwealth Games Association. We have COPASI, the Government of Belize, the Development Finance Corporation. We have Atlantic Bank, National Bank of Belize, Digi, or National Telecom. We have Central Bank of Belize, Belize Electricity Limited, the Belize City Council, the Police Department, Bowen Bowen, Coke, Crystal, and PowerAid. Department of Transport, the National Institute of Culture and Heritage, as well as the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, M&M Engineering, and of course, we have the hotels that are hosting our athletes at this time, Grand Resort and Residences, and the Belize Best Western Hotel. So there are so many people, and even on the ground, you have the production teams, you have the athletes, you have the coach, you have the sponsors, you have the timekeepers. There's a lot of activity taking place to pull this event together, for which we are all thankful for.
Well said, Simone, well said. Again, we are back on the tarmac and we can see the three young ladies, Tenille Campbell, Gabrielle Arnold, and Miss Matos, from Cuba, all giving their all. They are looking at each other and say, we got this, we got gold, silver, and medals, but what's playing through their mind? All of them are thinking, I want to take home gold to my country. So I'm telling you folks that this will come down to attacks after attacks as the race winds down. Definitely there'll be attack. I know Tenille Campbell wants to be double medalist. She won gold yesterday and she's looking to get a second goal. What do you think?
Yeah, so that's how it usually plays out, that the rider that don't have the best sprint finish always trying to either make a solo move, but usually try to make that move later in the race. The earlier you make it, more work you have to put in to stay away. And riders are very much aware that when you're sharing the pace line, you save much more energy than if you try to run all alone. So I think that what you'll see shape up later in the race, I figure anywhere between 9 to 10 miles out, that's when I expect the real big move will start shape, because riders are trying to, they're not trying to take no one to the finish line. And from what I'm seeing right now, I'll still say the female from Bermuda looks real good, and she looks strong too. So, and just sometimes sprinting ability don't only go by how fast you are, but it goes to, especially after 60 or 70 miles, it can change because it's based on how strong you are or how much energy you have left. So from what I'm seeing right now, and like I said, Terrell Campbell early in the race, I think she was exerting a lot of energy. If that's her riding style, then she's fine. If it's not, it's going to show up at the end later in the race. So I'm looking to see how that will play a role in the last 10, 12 miles of the race.
What do you think, Simone?
I am just waiting to see these ladies hit Hollover Bridge so that excitement can be turned up and all of Belize City lining the roadways to welcome them in. We are about 10 miles away from that, and the pace, the lead pack is definitely riding together. We've seen a little bit of dancing where Gabriella Arnold and Tenille Campbell have been switching from the lead to the back. So, they're definitely focusing on conserving their energy to make that sprint. We do know that Tenille Campbell is a sprinter, so we can look for her to definitely push out when we reach the stretch. But this has been a fabulous race. It has been an experience for me to see the female dominance out on the roadways today. I am extremely proud to be able to be here in studio with two of our greats commenting, and then of course I can't forget Dewey is in the studio making sure that everything is running on schedule. And we are here, and it's been great, and it can only get better at this point. I really don't have much more to add because I am waiting to see who is going to take this lead and who is going to create this gap from the lead group.
So I have just got to report that the reason Laurie Sharp got dropped, she had a mechanical, her seat went down, and so she had to get that fixed. So that's the reason why she got dropped from the field. So unfortunately, she had that mechanical. It's all part of cycling. You know, it will never be perfect. But go back to the tree at top. Dave, what I'm paying attention to, Campbell is she's dictating this race because she crosses the gap. She dictates to the riders. For the race. Number 28. Okay, that's Miss Paul. Bernice Paul is some 1 minute 53 seconds behind this tree. So the gap have definitely tried open. The winner will definitely come from right up front. And like we see, it's Tenille Campbell again on the pace, laying down the law. Dave?
It's impressive the way she rides, knowing that she can sprint, but just show you the different style of ride. Even though she knows she's a very good sprinter, she's still not sitting, she's still going around, she's still in the pace line, she's still shearing. And that's, like I said, that's the difference with our style of ride and international style of ride. But what we're seeing here, we're witnessing, these female Andrew, they are not riding slow. It look like right now they're facing a headwind because they headed towards the city. And so I expect, like I expect actually the Cuban to try to make a move. She already know that she might not be as fast as Campbell at the finish line, so maybe she might end up teaming up with the other female from Bermuda, see if they can try to work together and put the pressure on Campbell.
Yeah. They are fast approaching, they are passing Gentleville, they are fast approaching the Philip Golson Highway, folks. They are fast approaching the Philip Golson Highway. This will be all-out war to the finish, so folks come out, cheer the ladies on. It's a beautiful event. We still have a lot of racing left today. So let's see who will take a gold medal today. We have the three riders out front. Tenille Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago.
Which is a gold medalist
from yesterday. We have Miss Gabriela Arnold from Bermuda. And we have Evelyn Diaz Matos from Cuba. Those are the three ladies
champions.
Yep, who are heading towards the Philip Golson International Airport. And at this time, they will head all the way into the city. They won't hit this is the final lap, and so they will come straight towards where we are at the Mirabellion here, where the race will come to its conclusion, and someone will be crowned champion today, the gold medal. D, you're back. What do you think?
I am back, and I was watching it from a different vantage point out there, and like Dave was saying, I was listening to Dave, it's hard to pick a winner. Yeah, they look very smooth here. They'll be taking a right turn onto the Philip Golson Highway, and they will be heading back into the city here shortly. Once that happens, unless the wind change, I think we'll have a tailwind to the finish. So the pace will be ramped up a little bit. All these riders look very comfortable. I don't think the Cuban or Gabriela wants to bring Tenille to the line. She is, in my opinion, would be the fastest rider here. So it would not be in their best interest to bring her to the line. So we'll see what happens. Perhaps two of them start working together and attack her and force her to do majority of the work later on in the race. But it has been an exciting race, Andrew and Dave. Like you like to say, a lot of ruction and destruction on the tarmac today, right? So this has been exciting, man. I'm happy that I got a chance to be a part of this historic event, and I can't wait to see which one of these young ladies will be the 2025 Elite Women Caribbean champion.
The race is fastly approaching the Northern Road. They just has passed Bacab, so they're just feet away from getting on to the
Philip Golson International Airport, and
then head towards the city, which is, we're looking at another 14 miles of racing. This race is still open, but one of the things that impressed me with how Terry Campbell ride. Even though she knows she's the fastest rider, most of the time when riders know that, they tend to want to do less lifting and just sit in Andrew and wait for the sprint. You know our style of ride. But even with all that, she's still going around in the pace line. She's actually working alongside. But I look to see that to change later in the race, because I figure the Bermudan rider, she's also a very good time trialist. And put it like this, they have none to lose if they try to drop her, because they know they won't have stand a chance. And they just had entered the Philip Golston Highway, which is, we call in Belize the Boom Junction. So they're probably 14 miles away from the finish. So this race is fastly approaching the city, and we'll ask you guys to come out, support it. It will be finishing in front of Mirab. There's a big old parking lot. Yeah, we have music. It will be a fun day today, Andrew.
Yeah. Dave, as you see, as soon as we approach the Philip Golston Highway, Telin Campbell is testing their legs. Dave, and the reason why I give it more in favor of Tenil, because she was preparing for Rwanda, and to prepare for such an event, it's a lot of work she put in. So she is in, I believe, the best shape amongst the other riders. Maybe you might differ, but that's what I see, that Tenil Campbell, she is in top-notch shape.
Well, she definitely has the most experience as far as bigger races, right? And typically in longer, harder races, that experience will play a huge factor as the race gets older. For example, she dropped by with Lori Sharp, took care of her, right? Eliminated her from the race. So I think what she wants to do here, you said, test the legs. And then again, as we speak, there she goes again with a vicious attack on the right side of the road. So let's see who will respond. It looks like Gabriela is up to the challenge, though, Andrew. She is up to the challenge, and the Cuban is hanging in there pretty good. I am surprised how well she's riding, Dave, the Cuban.
Well, yes, and she's the Cuban road champion also. So, like I said, the three riders, any of them is capable, because you have two-time trialists in there, which is we got Campbell, and we have, what's her name? Arnold. So both of them is capable of doing a solo, just be based on the time trial experience. So what we'll see, I still will go out and say that the Cuban rider, right now, she is the underdog within these three riders, but still, we feel pretty much familiar with Cuban rider and their capability. So I still concerned why is Terrell trying to drop everyone in this race, why she can just bring it to a field sprint and win the sprint.
Yeah.
But just show you the style of ride. They leave everything on the road doing, and so that's what I like with the style.
Yeah, absolutely. She's Dave, like you said, she's probably the fastest here, but she still wants to bring. She's the fastest, but she still doesn't want to rely on a sprint. As they say in cycling, sprint is the last resort. Anything can happen, and the reason why perhaps she doesn't want to bring it to a sprint. Her last Caribbean Championship ended in crash.
Oh, really?
Yes, at the sprint. So perhaps that's why she's riding so aggressively. And she's been doing that since the start of the race, which tells me she's feeling good today. She has good legs, and she feels like she's somewhat a little bit better in this competition. And there she goes again.
Right. So that's why I tell her that she will take it to them. A solo win is better than a sprint win. I mean, sprinting is a part of it, and every time she attacks, there's a gap open up, and she's paying attention who is suffering. She's looking back to see what she have caused, the reduction that she have caused, and so she will test their legs all the way to the finish. Folks, this won't come down. This will come down. I don't believe it comes down to a sprint. A rider will be out front, and my pick is Tenil Campbell.
Excellent. Hey, it's never over until it's over, right? But that's a good pick. And there she goes again. There she goes again. Who will respond this time, Andrew? It's Gabriela Arnold who's responding, and the Cuban cyclist is there as well. But Tenil Campbell, she is committed. She's committed to riding solo. Sprinting is definitely, she's a sprinter, but this is her last resort. Are they going to get rid of the Cuban rider now? Seems like there's a gap opening, Andrew. What are your thoughts?
Like I said, she is commanding. She is laying down the law. She is putting them to them. She wants to see the damage she have done. There's a small gap. Now she's probably talking to to the Bermudan rider, Miss Arnold, and said, listen to me. What you got to do is come out and pace a small gap to the Cuban. The Cuban is trying her best. The gap is continuing to pry open. The Cuban is fighting for their life to try to close that gap. And the two lead riders, Miss Campbell and Miss Arnold, driving the pace. The gap continues to open to the Cuban. She's digging deep. She's going all in. I mean, she's saying, I want to make my country proud. But the two riders up front are definitely laying down the law. Folks, this is all out excitement. I know the fans are enjoying it. We here in the studios, we are loving it. Thanks to the guys bringing it live into our living room. Folks, what a day, what a day. This is all out war. There is Miss Arnold, Gabriella Arnold, committed. She's a rider from Bermuda, and she's driving the pace. Tenille Campbell probably tell her, let's go. We got this. Tenille Campbell coming out on the pace. The Cuban have her job for her.
Yeah, I was noticing, I'm coming to the Cuban rider and notice she was using up a lot of energy. Her cadence is very high, Andrew. Sometimes your cadence can overwork you, especially this late in the race. Her cadence is very high, and if you notice when the gaps are from, she's taking a little while before she closes, and she's off the back for a little bit, and she actually chasing two-time trialists. You say your pick is Tenille Campbell. I'll take the
Bermuda?
Gabriel Arnold. Just to make it exciting.
Yes, well,
I'll take Gabriel Arnold.
It's 2-1, Dave. It's 2-1 because Gabrielle Arnold is. I'm going to pick her because she's the underdog here. Obviously, Tenille Campbell has a lot more experience and is riding at a higher level internationally than Gabriella Arnold. Gabriella Arnold rides currently for LA Sweats, and she said she was competing mainly in gravel races, which makes her pretty strong. This distance is nothing for her. She's been training for 200 kilometers plus gravel races.
Who's that?
Gabriella Arnold. So races like Unbound and some of the big gravel races. So the distance is not going to affect her at all. So
I pick her to win the race. My concern is that early in the race, that Campbell burned a lot of energy, and that tends sometimes to show up later in the race. And maybe that's why she's doing all the attack. Maybe she might not be so confident. She want to take the risk bringing rider to the finish line, because most of the time sprinting is not only speed, it also strength. So I might be a faster rider than you are, but if I'm tired, there's no way I'll beat you. So I think that's why, and Arnold is very much aware of that. Also, yesterday there was 6 medals in both races, and Bermuda won 3 out of the 6. So right now they have the most medal, and they in for a medal again today, so they have the momentum. So I will go out on a limb and say, and also I might be biased because she's riding a Cannondale.
Excellent. What an exciting race, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is our first Caribbean Cycling Championships here in Belize, Andrew and Dave, for the 2025 edition. We saw an exciting, competitive individual time trial yesterday, and some of the winners are here contending for medals again in the road race. It just shows how how beautiful the cycling sport is, sport that we love. Andrew, I know you're waiting to fill us with some of your beautiful commentary.
Yeah, folks, we are only about 10 miles from the finish of this exciting event. We have Tenille Campbell out front along with Gabrielle Arnold from Bermuda. Folks, this is all out war as we head towards the finishing line. Come out, support, cheer on the riders. Let us see if the Cuban will make it back. But these two young ladies are committed. They are both champions in their own way. And I know Tenille Campbell wants to take that double gold medal. She's coaxing along Miss Arnold, but my two partner in crime here said they're against me. So Tenille Campbell, they are riding with Gabrielle Arnold. But let us see the excitement. This will definitely be an all-out war to the finish. Folks, come out, support. We have a full day of cycling. It will be all-out war. Our Belizean guys will hit the tarmac this afternoon. The defending champion, Corey Williams, along with the entire team, will be out. Let me give you their names as the excitement continues on the tarmac. We have Justin Williams, we have Corey Williams, we have Oscar Curios, we have Carlton Robinson, we have Jaden Gonzalez, we have young
Jalen Bissena.
That's the 7. I call it 7 already, or I missed somebody.
Carlton. Yeah.
I said Carlton.
Okay.
So I probably call it 7 already. Just the riders that will try to defend, make the folks, share the life, tune in. It will definitely be all-out war this afternoon. At this moment, Tenille Campbell and Gabriella Arnold on the tarmac. They are smelling blood. They are smelling the victory. Who will it be, folks? Who you got your money on? I have my money on Tenille Campbell, folks. I mean, guys.
This has been an exciting race. You know what, Andrew? You are so good at this that we are having fun just listening to you, although we are part of the team. But once again, would like to say welcome to everyone out there in the viewerland who is watching this exciting race. And we couldn't have asked for a better treat, guys. We couldn't have asked for a better treat. Again, if this is anything to look forward to for that men's elite race, it is going to be exciting and a tremendous event. But 2 riders heading into the city. We are about how many miles away from the finish, roughly?
About 8.5.
8.5 miles to the finish. You're looking at about, half an hour or so?
I think maybe less.
Less. 20 minutes.
Not the way these women are riding. They're real fast.
Yeah,
I mean, they are about to pass the airport cutoff. So they're looking at 8-9 miles out, and the pace is blistering. I mean, there is no slowing down. There is no slowing. I mean, the pedaling style is still efficient, still cutting through the wind, still sharing the pace line. So this is the first and second we have here on the road. We want to big up our female team also, for the effort today, and they're trying. I feel like they learn a lot today, and yes, the best is yet to come. We'll see more sponsors, more supporters, and more competition amongst them. And we a few years from now, we can be a part of this elite group. So, but for right now, there's 2 riders on the road: Bermuda, Trinidad and Tobago, 9 miles away from the finish. Fans alongside the road cheering. No one sitting down. Both female. They're just sharing the pace, and I am as excited as Andrew to see the finish of this race. I'm knowing that after the race, we'll be bringing you interviews with the riders, and we will be bringing you interview with some of our male riders in the big male event today. So look forward to seeing that.
Yeah, you know why I know this race is rock and rolling? Because remember, Cuba always bring their A game, and these 2 riders have separated themselves from the 4 Cuban riders. I mean, and they come, they always travel, and they always go into a race to win. But these 2 riders are definitely blazing a trail here on the Philip Wilson Highway as we head towards the finishing line. Folks come out, the fire is on, the tarmac is on fire. Tenille Campbell on the pace. She represents Trinidad and Tobago. And we have Gabriella Arnold. She represents Bermuda. I know the Bermuda team is jumping up this afternoon. The male guys will take to the tarmac. They had gold and silver in the TT, and so they are cheering on their riders. But folks, come out, support, cheer on the riders. We are somewhere around Malante Lookout. Yes, we are somewhere around Malante Lookout. The 2 riders are heading towards the finishing line. It is a blast today. The ladies started the day with a flash, and so we know that coming up this afternoon it will be full of excitement. We hope we don't lose a voice, guys. I'm glad I have you 2 great gentlemen know about cycling here in studios as we watch this energy unfold before our very eyes. Tenille Campbell and Gabriella Arnold heading towards the finishing line.
Also remember there were 17 riders that started out this race this morning, 17 females, 9 different countries. One of the things we're looking forward in the future, Andrew, doing that we can invite these riders. I'm excited to see these riders come back and race in our cross country, which is our biggest race. If you notice today, our riders didn't do so well, but the effort was great. And I figured that more racing like this, bringing more riders. I thought when I saw the female cross country 2 years ago, it was the most excited female race. But today I must say, in terms of the pace and the speed, it's different. These females are really riding at a high pace right now.
Absolutely, Dave. And Andrew, this race is just exciting. And like Dave said, this is a level of cycling that we want to see in Belize, right? Obviously, there are some different criteria that has to be met, but as long as these international riders meet those criteria, they need to be racing in Belize. What that's going to do is, first off, show our local Belizean riders what it takes to be elite. So give them a mark that they can strive forward to, and it's just going to be better. The better the competition, the better you improve, right? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to push for these folks to come back to Belize on the women's side and the men's side and ride our bigger races to bring the excitement, because as you say, this has been one exciting race, man. I'm sitting here in the studios, and I'm as much a fan as I'm commenting on the races, and look how they're sharing the pace. No one is taking a break. No one is dodging. They're all sharing the pace in a very aggressive style of riding. They're not sitting at all. Andrew, what are you seeing?
Guys, I can see the fans from Trinidad and Tobago and the fans from Bermuda biting their nails on the edge of their seat, running to the bathroom with nervousness. I mean, this is nerve-wracking to see your country ladies doing their thing, heading towards victory, goal, somebody take the goal. The excitement is, we are on the edge of our seat just watching, seeing the speed these young ladies are heading towards the city. Imagine their country folks, their support team here, nervous, getting their fingers crossed, hope no mechanicals, no accident, as the two young ladies head towards the city, folks. It's all out. Wow, this is beautiful. This is totally amazing, guys.
The reason why you're seeing this type of pacing is also when you put two time trialists together in a break, and because both of them, remember, you have the gold and the bronze in this lead group, right? And the pace line is they are so confident in the pacing ability is that no one is sitting. And I mean, this pace right here is blistering. I'm sure they're doing some 25, 26 miles an hour, right? As simple as it looks. Yeah. Based on the cadence and how they're moving, that's a fast pace for a female race.
Definitely, very smooth, and they probably would be experiencing a little bit of a tailwind.
Yes.
Going into the city here. Coming up will be one of the spots where they can, one of these riders can make an attack up the bridge. That would be one of the spots where, they can make an attack, 4 miles to go. Perhaps Tennille says, hey, I don't want it to come down to a sprint finish. Perhaps Gabriela, our favorite, might say this is her opportunity, right? And it's funny, I was on a training ride with them earlier last week, and I was just explaining the route a little bit to Gabriela, and I pointed out the bridge and said, that is probably your last spot where you'd want to try something if you had the opportunity to. So maybe, after she did her recon, that's something that she might be thinking of, because head-to-head, I think Tennille probably on an outright sprint might have the edge there, but you never know.
Yeah.
There are times where you don't know where you get the energy from in a in a race of this magnitude, whereas you might not be the fastest rider on the road and you still end up winning. So
yeah. And Dave, you know what? She got second last year. She got second to Lori last year, and she said, this is what she told me, right? It says she was the first loser. So that means that she wants that goal. So that'll be a little bit more motivation. She was okay with the silver medal, but she definitely is racing to win.
And I believe at this moment the service zone have closed, so they can't get any more advice from their technical team. So it's women against women as we approach the closing miles of this event. Guys, I want to ask you, what do you believe is going through the mind of these both young ladies and knowing that it's goal on the line?
Man, I mean, everything is setting in right now. You start believing that you can win it. You 1 against 1. You love your chances. It always will favor the sprinter. The sprinter will always be the rider that will be much more comfortable in a position like this. But at the same time, you still have to be concerned. Like I said, in races, it's still 5-6 miles of racing left, and anything happen anytime. The rider that cannot sprint, most of the time, that is the rider that take the risk on the road by trying to attacking you. So let's hope that is not the case today. And also, Andrew, as race get older, fatigue starts setting, you start catching cramp, you start getting hungry, little stuff starts setting, and so we don't know what they're actually feeling. We only could go by what we're actually seeing and they performing, and both of them, I don't see no, I don't see no slowing down. They still coming around, still sharing the pace line, so this race is still up for grab.
What an exciting finish to the Women's Elite Caribbean Cycling Championship. This is going to be fantastic. Who is going to be the gold medalist here? We've got our choice. We've got our picks. Andrew has his pick, but this is exciting, and shortly here we'll be coming up to that bridge I told you guys about. So for the viewers out there watching, and we have viewers from across the Caribbean. I just one of my friends that I race with in Dominican Republic just reached out to me and said they were watching the race. So as we get a beautiful shot of the finish line, Andrew, who's going to be crossing that finish line?
I believe it's Tenny Campbell. But folks, as we approach the Halover Bridge, just to pass over the Halover Bridge, the two young ladies heading towards the finish. Man, this is wild, this is beautiful, this will go down as, and I can say this will go down as one of the most exciting women Caribbean Championship race in history. So this is definitely a nail biter, like I mentioned. Both, the fans from both countries, from Bermuda and from Trinidad, and the point of their seat, they are biting their nails. They don't want to miss. People want to take their bathroom break because they want to see the conclusion of this event. Who will be victorious today? And seems that Tenny Campbell is putting in a massive attack. Tenny Campbell putting in. You mentioned about the bridge. Tenny Campbell is testing the legs of Gabrielle Arnold. Tenny Campbell laying down the law. Tenny Campbell, as she continues to open the pace, folks. Tenny Campbell said, it's now or never. Tenny Campbell laying down the law, folks. All the fans in Trinidad and Tobago are jumping for joy. The folks there in Bermuda are biting their nails. Come on, Miss Arnold. Come on, try to get back the wheel. Tenny Campbell said, I won't let up. I won't take you guys. I mentioned earlier, Tenny Campbell will hit them. She wants to go home solo. And it seems that Miss Anna is bowing her head. The gap continues to open. Guys, what do you want to say?
It's not quite over yet, Andrew. It's not quite over yet. I'm not sure if I can follow up that great commentary. I am speechless just listening to the beautiful words echoed out of your mouth. But it is not over. And remember, Gabriella Arnold is an endurance cyclist, so she is up for a chase, and she's a time trialist as well. So although there's a gap, I think that Gabrielle Arnold will close it, and this is not the final move yet. What do you think, Dave? I expect if she do close it, not surprised if she don't attack, because she already know that being and how Tenelle is moving, that she's not faster than her. Just it shows every time she attacks, she put a gap on her. So the best thing for her right now is to, if she's able to bridge and that gap, it's to take a risk by attacking her. She have nothing to lose if she come to the finish line, because I don't see her winning it at the finish just based on this attack and how she has opened her so fast. So, but worst case situation, she'll get a silver medal. She still looks pretty strong closing that gap, and I believe that she is going to get back to Tenille's wheel. So let's see what happens. I will turn this over to Andrew Ordonez, who is the best in the business at bringing the finish to us. Andrew.
OMG, folks, look at it as Tenny Campbell lays down the law. She continues to pry the gap open. Folks, she have definitely light up the flame. She have light up the tarmac. You can see the gap continue to pry open. Tenny Campbell on a solo run to the finish, folks. She's looking good. She's looking for a double goal here in the country of Belize. The Caribbean Cycling Championship is all out explosion. Oh, what a beautiful event today. Simone, what are you seeing? How do you feel?
I am just as enthused as you. I cannot match your energy here in the studio, but this has been a race. They are entering into the final stretch. So I see they're now passing the Imarbi building, heading towards the roundabout, and we are coming in from the close. This is it. This is the final stretch. This is the make or break. We see Tenille Campbell riding for Trinidad and Tobago out in front. She's followed by Gabriella Arnold from Bermuda, and it is a race.
Yes, a race to the finish. A race to the finish line. And Joe seems like he called it right. I must say, he said that Tennille Campbell would have won. I thought she would win it at the finish line, being the faster rider. But he showed that how confident she is and how confident she was. That I'm the faster rider, but I still won't bring you to the line. I won't even make it close. I'll show you that I'm the best. And she's on her way to winning a gold medal in this Caribbean Championship road race, 70 miles road race.
Okay, so for some of the viewers who are home, the UCI conditions is that if the gap reaches a particular point, then you no longer are included in the race and you'll receive a do not finish. So right now we have do not finish riders number 2, that is Sienna Mackey from the Bahamas. We have rider number 11, Gabrielle Lovell from Belize. We have rider number 12, which is Natalie Lovell from Belize. We have rider number 14, Paulita Chavarria. Rider number 16, Cami Roach from the Bahamas. We have rider number 24, who is Suzanne Taylor. So they are all not complete. Lori Sharp is not very far and she is still in the race. So Jamaica is still very much in there, as well as the Cubans, and we are looking to see the under 23 finalists shortly.
And we'll have Andrew to bring you the finish of this race.
Folks, as we head into the final mile or so of this event, Tennille Campbell all alone, as she will become double gold medalist this weekend here as we bring you live action of the Caribbean Cycling Championship. Tennille Campbell all fired up, firing on all cylinders as she approaches the roundabout. She is fast approaching the finish. Tennille Campbell will ride in victorious all alone. Tennille Campbell of the Trinidad and Tobago, as she sees the finishing line. Tennille Campbell heading towards victory. She's looking good. She's looking awesome. I know the fans there in Trinidad and Tobago are jumping for joy. You know, everybody make sure they are glued to their television. We can see the finishing line. We can see the flags. We can see the fans out. Tennille Campbell will be victorious today. She will be the 2025 Women Elite gold medalist, double medalist. She won the TT races, and here she comes as she approaches the finishing line. Tennille Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago, making her country proud, her Caribbean island of Trinidad and Tobago. She did mention that she loves Belize. This is the best she have ever ridden, and so she is here to celebrate both victory in the TT and the road race. As she approaches the finish line, she's looking back. She have definitely caused ruction and destruction. Here goes the flag. Here comes Tennille Campbell as she crosses the finishing line. Tennille Campbell victorious today. I told you so. What a beautiful event. Tennille Campbell victorious today.
Well done.
Job well done.
Yes,
guys.
And also we have the silver medalists and the bronze medalists are yet to on the road still, and that is second and third place is still on the road. Right now it looks like the rider from Bermuda Landing, Mr. Gabriel Arnold.
Bermuda Landing is here, Belize, Bermuda.
from Bermuda.
And that's Gabriel Arnold crossing the finish line.
Won the silver medal in the road race. I get excited also just from listening to you, and so we'll wait to see the arrival of the bronze medalists. Right now, the Cuban is the third rider on the road, but let's see, because like you said earlier, that Miss Lori Sharp is still in the race, so we don't know if she will make that transition over to the third place Cuban. But right now, it's an uphill battle for her because the Cuban wasn't too far off.
So folks, we await the finisher for the bronze medal, the last prize. Let's see if it's the Cuban. I believe it's a Cuban. I don't think any of the other ladies made it back. The Cuban, her name is
Evelyn Diaz Matos.
Evelyn Diaz Matos. So,
and she will be the bronze medal winner.
Yeah, she gave her all. You know, she stayed there until.
Yeah, she fight. A good fight. I mean, she lost with two very good riders. Andrew, she have none to feel bad about. she tried. And remember earlier also, Andrew, she was early in a
Yes,
break.
so let's welcome Evelyn Diaz-Mato. She is the bronze finisher in the 2025 Caribbean Cycling Championship Women's Elite. It was a very strong performance from all three ladies on display.
Yes, we had a lot of fun here. Probably we'll go outside to the interviews of the top three riders, the gold medal and silver and bronze, so we'll probably take you outside.
Yeah. Folks, we get signal, we take a break, and it was an exciting event, folks, I must say.
Belize Water Services Customer Portal Tutorial. Learn how to quickly create or access your account to manage your water bill online. Open your web browser, search for Belize Water Services, and click the first link to visit the BWS website. On the top portion of the website, click Online Services tab and scroll down to the Customer Portal. Login page will appear. If you have a registered account, enter your username and password and then click Login. If you don't have an account, you will need to click Register here. Now let's register your account. The first step is to enter your account number as shown on your bill and then press Search. Step 2. If this is your account, click Yes, this is my account. If this is not your account, click I don't see my account. Step 3. Now enter a username, password, and confirm your password, and then click Register. Congratulations, you're now registered. Let's log in. The login portal will appear. Enter your username and password and click Login. You can now view your billing history, check your water usage, and download your current bill, all from the comfort of your home. Thank you for using the Belize Water Services Customer Portal.
So yeah, I just kept the pressure on. Like, if everyone wants to slow down, then it just working in my favor because then everyone have to get up as well. In the end, like mid-race, I don't know what happened when I attacked. Everything just exploded. Maybe they were hurting a bit more than I thought because I didn't expect that really. And also like Glory was riding pretty strong, so every time I went and I saw she was the one bringing it on, I was like, let them chase, then bridge or attack, and then I can come to you. And I think that is actually how we probably got away, if I remember now. But yeah, and then we were working pretty alright, and I was just like, okay, we could just keep it rolling. And when I realized the gap was like 125, so I was like, yeah, guys, this is like the winning move. Just keep it rolling, just keep it rolling. And yeah, it's pretty humid out there actually too. So I'm actually not good in heat. So I was like, I had to like back to my crease a bit because I actually wanted to go solo from quite far. But then when I felt the legs, due to like all the salt I was just losing, I was like, yeah, I need to wait like within 10 or 8K. And then when I started attacking again, I felt my legs pulling actually, and I was like, ooh. And yeah, also the Cuban was chasing on everything, so I was like, this chick was proper bluffing. So Bermuda actually let her chase everything, and then eventually she popped, and it was the both of us. And I could also tell that Bermuda was struggling a bit as well with the pace. I was like, she's still actually chasing when I accelerate, so I was like, the only opportunity now is the bridge, and I just have to come in there. So I actually wanted her to take the bridge first, and I know the hardest part in any little bump is the middle of the climb. So that is what why I attacked there, and I knew like on the downhill I could bring the speed up and just like discourage her a bit. And it was pretty much headwind home, so I was doing an effort and she was also doing an effort. So when I realized the gap was extending, I was like, okay, let me just control before my legs really locked. And yeah, that's how the race was won.
In the early part of the race, you were outnumbered. We had 4 Cuban ladies in the so they had the numbers and they were attacking off the front. You closed most of the gap. Eventually, when you guys made an attack, you separated yourself. Only 1 Cuban was left. She was sitting on your wheel, but it seemed that you had no fear.
Yeah, well, I realized who was the weak links, who was the strong one, so I knew who I could have let go up the road. And the Cuban now who was with us was actually the one who was up the road a bit earlier on. So I knew her legs probably was pretty much cooked, and it would have been like coming down to the end of the race. But when we started to like pace pretty easy, I was like, maybe she's also starting to recover. And like, I also didn't know if she was bluffing. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't really worried about the being outnumbered, because once fitness come into play and also the weather and the conditions, whoever is not feeding properly will start pulling the legs as well, and whoever as well is not good in the heat will also start feeling it just like me. So yeah.
Okay, last question. Double goal, and who you want to say thanks to? I know you want to big up your support team and your country people, so this is the opportunity.
Oh yeah, boys! I don't big up my big friend here, Tinto. I mean, he's been through with me, thick and thin. Also my entire country, my teammates, my brother, my family back home. But yeah, this bobblehead right here, I mean, he's been with me through thick and thin, always on my side, probably in every competition. Where you see me, always seeing Kevin. And like, yeah, he knows me well, so he also knew that that bridge was my last opportunity. But yeah, everyone who watching, yeah, I hope you guys are happy. I mean, I guess you guys probably wanted a bit more excitement, but that's all for today. We have track goals next week, so yeah, I need to recover now.
Let me ask you a question. When she went to the service vehicle, what did you tell her? I mean, I saw she went for a service, and I said you utter some words. You probably tell her, you know, it's time to hit them, right?
At this point in time, she had 2 cycles with her, and I tell her basically Cuban was playing a game. You need to get rid of the Cuban.
We get an accent from there.
Well, don't worry about the accent. You need to get rid of the Cuban. And the other thing is that coming down to the end on the bridge, you need to make your final move, because if you don't make it there, there's a sprint home, and we don't want a sprint home. We want a solo. And that's from the beginning to now, and it's happened, and I appreciate that. And she did it.
Congratulations. You make your, you know, imagine everybody in Trinidad and Tobago are jumping for joy.
Yes, I imagine so. And I hope that they can see the value in what we have here. That's all I have to say for now.
All right. Good guys. All right. Congrats again. So speaking to also, we have, oh, she went that way? All right. Bermuda, no, he said went that way. He said Bermuda went this way. Okay. So folks, you guys witnessed an exciting event. We're looking for this Bermuda. You say about? Bermuda. Yeah. What the Cuban day? Yeah. Yeah, me sit Batigan, yeah. Folks, you all witnessed a very exciting women race today. Unfortunately, the Bermudan and the Cuban are not here, but definitely the day is not done. More excitement coming shortly. We have the U23 males and elite males taken to the tarmac. They will do 3 laps, so they will do close to 100 miles. So a whole lot of racing remaining, folks. So stay glued, get your food, get your drinks ready because you don't want to miss it. All the countries looking in from the Caribbean and across the world. A lot of excitement. Belize holds we have the defending champion in Cole Williams. We have a great team going into this event. Let us see if our boys will keep the championship here in Belize, the gold medal. He calls the name of all riders. You want me there? Wait, we need a translator though. If that the Cuban, we need a translator. Yeah. Yes, folks, let me give you the names of the of our Belizean riders. We have Cole Williams, we have Justin Williams, we have Oscar Curios, we have Carlton Robinson, we have Javen Gonzalez, and we have Young Jalen Bisenyo. Those are the 7 riders represent us today here at the Caribbean Champions held here in Belize. It is an awesome event. So folks, let us see if we can meet the Cuban. A beautiful day out here in front of the Mirab building here on the Philip Wilson Highway. So we can see here comes Laurie Sharp coming to complete her event. Laurie Sharp from Jamaica. So we're looking to see if we see the Cuban ladies. The lady, there's Laurie Sharp as she completes her event. We're looking for the Cuban. We're looking for the Cuban. Huh? We're looking for the Cuban girl. And the Bermuda. Huh? Okay. Folks, we hope you enjoy. A full day still remains. Okay. So I said Cuban will come in a short while, so we're going to get to interview the Cuban. Yeah.
Desde las áreas urbanas hasta las comunidades rurales, la conexión importa. El acceso a Internet es crucial para continuar el desarrollo social y económico. Es por eso que Digi, nuestra telecomunicación nacional, continúa invirtiendo millones de dólares para expandir sus redes de telefonía móvil y fibra óptica en todo Belice. Miles de usuarios móviles y viviendas, especialmente a lo largo de las carreteras y en comunidades rurales, ahora disfrutan de los beneficios de la infraestructura resiliente de Digi. Nuestra telecomunicación nacional continúa liderando la transformación digital a través de su tecnología avanzada y compromiso a la excelencia. Con Digi Wallet, beliceños en áreas urbanas y rurales tienen acceso fácil y seguro a una amplia variedad de servicios financieros a través de sus dispositivos móviles. Y con el reciente lanzamiento de Digi TV, nuestra telecomunicación nacional se ha convertido en el único proveedor de servicios de reproducción cuádruple en Belice. Clientes ahora pueden ahorrar con nuestros paquetes DigiOne que ofrecen internet residencial, servicios móviles, teléfono residencial y servicios DigiTV convenientemente en un solo lugar. Digi permanece comprometido en brindar acceso a servicios de alta calidad, confiables y accesibles y crear oportunidades para un mejor futuro. Forme parte de la transformación y viva la conectividad como nunca antes. Porque con Digi, la conexión importa.
Imagine constructing your dream project in the heart of Belize. The turquoise waters, the lush jungles, and the warmth of its people. Nothing complements this paradise like a well-built structure right at its core. So, where do you start? With M&M Engineering, of course, where dreams are brought to life through solid foundations. Beginning as just a dream over 2 decades ago and headed by Chief Engineer Roque Matas, this Belizean family-owned business, M&M Engineering, over 2 decades has risen to the forefront of the industry, becoming Belize's premier engineering company, specializing in M&M Engineering over 2 decades has risen to the forefront of the industry, becoming Belize's premier engineering company, specializing in bridges, M&M Engineering over 2 decades has risen to the forefront of the engineering trusted premier engineering company, strongly specializing in bridges, M&M Engineering over 2 decades has risen to the forefront of the engineering trusted premier to excellence is evident in every project we undertake. Whether it's architecture, engineering, construction, or our high-quality precast products, such as precast pre-stressed concrete piles, double T-slabs, inverted T-beams, bridges, or seawall systems, we have the expertise and experience to bring your vision to life. Just a call to 223-1133 or a visit to our offices at 2.5 miles Philip Wilson Highway to bring your vision is all it takes to begin your journey. We create, we build, we design. M&M Engineering. For sound foundations where major investments rest.
Puma Energy Fuels provides your vehicle engine with the highest quality. Its formulation ensures greater cleanliness and reduces wear, delivering the top performance to your vehicle with the highest quality product. Stop, fuel, go.
Evening, everybody. No one, not two, but 3 fan on, TV, and all the lights. Hey!
Small changes, like turning off lights and appliances when leaving the room, can make a big difference in your energy usage. Talk to your family about energy management today. Do a little.
Hello. El PCP de la carrera 23. That was year 23, right? All good. Okay.
make our way all the way up to the roundabout at my gate, and to the Catch Highway, towards the roundabout, turn right.
Next time you bring one driver.
Make our way all the way
100 miles.
to the Post International Highway, and then we head back to the airport to make a right side. 3 laps. And then we head back to the south, somewhere along 100 miles today. It will be all out war. Let us see the defending title, how Williams would have left from last time. A lot of hitters are here. We have big names. We have Cuba, Guadeloupe.
Because you have some more work with sit the card, eat another sandwich, and a whole bag of chips. He's a bomb baby too. General, watch out. Yes.
Under 23 gold medalist making
under 23?
Iowa Belizean. Of course, I will make sure the place clean, especially the places then where we treasure.
Iowa Belizean. Of course, I have a bag for my garbage in my car.
Iowa Belizean. Of course, I believe that all of we should do for we part to protect the environment.
I don't believe and of course I teach my picnic from small enough to throw garbage on the ground.
I don't believe and of course, on and off the court, we unite as a team to keep Belize clean.
As Belizeans, let's trash the habit and not the beauty.
Welcome to the Belize Water Services Customer Portal tutorial. Learn how to quickly create or access your account to manage your water bill online. Open your web browser, search for Belize Water Services, and click the first link to visit the BWS website. On the top portion of the website, click Online Services tab and scroll down to the Customer Portal. A login page will appear. If you have a registered account, enter your username and password and then click Login. If you don't have an account, you will need to click Register here. Now let's register your account. The first step is to enter your account number .
So, good morning again. What an exciting start to the 2025 Caribbean Cycling Championship road races. The women race was phenomenal, and Elsie, when it was all said and done, you claimed the victory, gold medal in the under 20 competition.
The race was extremely hard, so I want to thank God and my team and my family and my federation for giving me the possibility to come race through. But it was really hard trying to follow the technique, and they were really hard to follow. And then my teammates told me to start early, so I did all the
Oh, fantastic. So you guys ended up with gold and silver in the women's under 23. And Andrea, I noticed that she also is a part of the Blazers, Miami Blazers. Fantastic, and what we saw from you guys was
You got on the campaign. I'm saying I see the shirt. Must say I remember when we did the interview, pull on Kenny. When we find the manager, he said, okay, now, shirt. So they something is good. I don't know. Kind of fishy.
Absolutely. Not performed by you.
Great job. First of all, welcome to the news. I hope you are enjoying
Yeah, first of all, thank you to my federation for helping me come over here, for all my family, for my friends that pushed me and they watched the stream from day one. It's just a lot of support is behind this. It's not my title, it's our title.
Congrats again.
After that started,
and just
I guess we're going to go in front of the...
Yes, the energy out here, the fans, the cyclists. I mean, we just witnessed an awesome U23 elite women race, which was full of excitement. You know, I hope my voice hold up for the elite event, because we know that we're going to be a monster event. But beautiful day. What you gather from this at Belize whole history making, first time holding the Caribbean Cycling Championship here in Belize?
Absolutely, Andrew. Again, I keep saying this, right, because I wanted to use for reference the 2025 Caribbean Cycling Championships being hosted in Belize, Central America. That is a historic sentence on itself, right? Nothing like this has ever been done in Belize for the first time. And in addition to that, the race itself was a historic race. We have never seen a female peloton ride that aggressively from start to finish. Even when the race was decided between the two young ladies, they battled it out until the end, until the final attack was made. And even then, Gabriela Arnold did not give up, and she was chasing all the way to the line. So just a historic event. I just hope that the viewers out there had as much fun as I did listening to you in the studio. So as a part of the commentators and the team, the broadcast team with Dave Yearwood, myself, you, Simone Bell, we just had a blast in the studio, Andrew. It was the first time that I got an opportunity to be in the studio, which I'm grateful for. So thank you guys for making me a part of the team. I also want to say huge recognition for Belize in general, but the Cycling Federation of Belize, BTB, and all the sponsors and organizers who had something to do with this. I mean, from the backdrop to the different the stuff that they had put together, the start-finish banner, everything is world class. Everything looks perfect. You know, my grade is an A+. I'm a little bit biased, but based on everything that I'm seeing here, and I'm interviewing the folks from international, they're giving us a high grade. Belize, you guys should be proud. You've done well. You've done everything that we've asked you to do, and you've brought forth a world-class event to a small country like Belize.
Yeah, you know, I know a few folks who wanted to traverse the highway yesterday. You know, unfortunately, the race was held through the Boom Road. We sympathize with them. for not closing off the road. But sports in general, it grows the country. You know, you want to have kids and young people get involved with sports instead of crime, because you see how the world is full of crime. Let's share love. So we do apologize to anybody get affected by yesterday's event, but we promise, you know, we want to build sports, and we want to thank the fans and thank the Belizeans for being such great a great nation to support the sport of cycling, support any sports. I mean, we are on the rise. Watch volleyball bringing back gold. Yesterday, young Derek Chavarria brought gold in the U23, and you know, we're hoping and praying that all Belizean guys hold the gold medal or get at least a medal in this event coming up this afternoon. It was an amazing event. It continues to be an amazing event, and like we said, thanks to the general, everybody involved. The minister went out big on this, you understand? And everybody involved. It's a teamwork. It's hard. There's nothing behind the scenes that people don't see. They see the finishing product, but so many things go on behind the scenes, and so we have to give kudos. Even the man behind the camera, you understand? It's getting the hats on, but we are enjoying this. We love this, and we go the extra mile for this team.
Absolutely, 100%. And I don't know how much more I can add on that. You said it just perfectly, Andrew. Again, I'm just proud with the Belizean pride to be able to help in this historic event. I mean, this is monumental. This is huge. You know, the magnitude of this goes beyond just cycling. It's about showing the type of people we are to the world. And with that being said, we have countries that was tuned in from the live to the live. I have my friends from the Dominican Republic. You have Trinidad and Tobago. There's the Bahamas. There's Bermuda, Curacao. There, Dominica, Antigua and Grenada, Guyana, and we can go on. And everyone is so much in love with cycling, in love with the spirit and the energy flowing here in Belize. Like I said, I'm speechless. Belizeans, you guys should be proud of yourself for what you did. It shows that when we come together, we can be known for putting off something great, and this is an example of it.
Yeah, at this moment they are calling at least to get their prize. What be the over there? Where is the prize? That side. So we are head over to the prize giving in ceremony. So let's do that side. Yeah. Yes, man.
I bring some Ricola for your straight panther salad. Different flavor. Yeah. But you always
yeah, all right.
One nicely stack of Ricola.
Handman.
All right.
Thank you. All right, good. Yes, man. All right.
Post game, come in. Let's come in.
What part the podium over there?
The man will do interview.
Oh, the podium over there? Oh, yes, the podium over there. Go shop try to ya. Yes, sir. What's up, man? Yes, man. All right. So we are here at the podium, the prize giving ceremonies.
Yes, again, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome, and it's indeed a warm welcome here to Belize again for the 2025 Caribbean Cycling Championships. What an amazing race Belizeans and the world just experienced. We'd like to recognize the Honorable Anthony Mahler, who is the Minister of Youth and Sports, Tourism and the Diaspora, along with the Mayor of Belize City, Mr. Bernard Wagner. I am sure he is proud today to see how Belizeans came forth today in crowds to make this event so special. And we will start with the prize giving ceremony for the medalist in the. No, you gotta send it to me. We'll start off with the under 23 category.
Sure.
So your third place bronze medal winner. Yes, your third place bronze winner, bib number 48 from Cuba, Lianis Mesa Silvera. Your second place winner, bib number 34 from the Dominican Republic, Flor Espirisanto Esteves, representing again Dominican Republic, silver medalist. And your gold medal winner in the U23, Yemeli Melcy Perez Vega, Dominican Republic. At this time, we'd like to recognize the national anthem for the Dominican Republic. Is this name correct? Evelyn Yemeli. Something. Check. Third place, 47. No, it's different. Yeah, it's Evelyn Diaz. I figured. Third place, Evelyn Diaz. Thank you. Mantos, yeah. What was the total distance of the race? What was the total distance for the race? Dave. 70 miles. The time for 70 miles. Congratulations again, ladies and gentlemen, your under 23 women's Caribbean Championship winners. Your bronze medal, Lianis Mesa Silveira, Cuba. Flor Espirito Santo Esteves, Dominican Republic. Yameli Melcy Perez Vega, Dominican Republic.
Never been no flood?
I feel like usually at these events you have a flag of the winner that you raise while yeah, sure. But this is great. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't have a flag today, like them. Yeah. Just remember the Cuban.
Yes, Mr. Gillett.
All right, now ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to the podium presentation for the women's elite champions in the Caribbean Cycling Championships. And in third place and your bronze medal from Cuba, Evelyn Diaz Matos.
I have this. Thank you.
And your silver medalist today from Bermuda, Gabriela Arnold. Gabriela was your bronze medalist in the individual time trial yesterday. Congratulations on double medaling. And the champions of champions today and your gold medalist for the Women's Elite 2025 Caribbean Cycling Championships, Tennille Campbell, Trinidad and Tobago. Double gold medalist in the championship games this weekend, winning the individual time trial yesterday and completing the course in 3 hours, 6 minutes and 20 seconds to claim the gold medal for Trinidad and Tobago. Bermuda is your silver medalist, and Tennille Campbell, Trinidad and Tobago, claiming the gold today.
Hold it up, up, bring it, bring it,
Next mic like this.
Really? Yeah. We're commenting out like you are very conservative from the first part of the race. Was that your strategy?
Yeah, and then hit it hard in the second lap. Didn't want to come down to a sprint. I mean, I knew Neil doesn't want to either.
Exactly.
You know, we all want to be in a breakaway.
Yeah, sprinting is the last resort.
So Neil and I being in a breakaway in the end, that was the goal.
Yeah. Well done. Cool.
Bye, hung on thirsty. Jump.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
I tell you, man, John's not really look alike, man. When you look at any jersey. What do you think? Right, so?
Yeah.
I like to turn out, man. Maybe I'll do it.
Thanks again, man. Yes. Yeah. Laurie, sorry about that hair, what happened? Yeah.
Look what it says, Adrian's and start.
Yeah, start too, but I'm doing a rollout and then yeah, eventually get an, you know.
So, yeah,
good.
Precisely. You roll out so.
Go wrong about. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Armitage. advantage. Armitage. Armitage. Armitage.